packed lunch. Welcome to the people who are on Zoom. We're going to go straight into item 13, which is our vision for Hamilton, that document, with the note that we're trying to reach approval for the vision, and the plan is that not necessarily to lock it in, but to now socialise it with key partners and the community. I don't know if anyone's talking to that. Oh, Natalie, there you go. Thanks, Julie.
Good afternoon, councillors. As Mayor Southgate said, this is about asking for formal approval of this vision document that you've developed to outline your priorities, your 5 priorities for Hamilton. We have had, of course, a number of conversations, and the information that has formed the basis for developing that vision and the 5 priorities has been the engagements we've had with the community since about November last year, when we started asking them, what they love about Hamilton and what would make Hamilton better. There is a program to engage key partners with this, and I'm going to actually now get Natalie to speak to that.
Cool. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. So essentially the plan is, if the document gets adopted today, we will be able to get some printed copies and get the website up and running, and then we'll be sharing it with our partners. So as it notes in the report, a few weeks ago we did send an email out with a bit of a heads up to our partners and our key stakeholders and a variety of community groups around, I guess, giving them a heads up about this document, but also giving them a chance to feed in if they had any projects or ideas or initiatives for the long-term plan process. So they know it's coming, but we'll obviously go back out again with the adopted version. We're looking at some sort of event where we will engage with our partners. I think there's a placeholder in your calendars at the moment, but we'll send more details once this is adopted. We just wanted to make sure we got all this sorted before we made any confirmed plans. And there we will be sharing it with the wider community, and also the key call to action with the wider community is to encourage them to sign up to stay in the know, in the loop with our upcoming long-term plan process. So we are wanting to make sure we've got everyone that wants to be involved is involved, and so then once we get the emails and their contact details, we'll be able to keep them in the loop with decision-making processes, consultation plans for in March next year and stuff like that. So far, feedback we've had has been really, really positive, and I know a lot of partners and stakeholders are keen just to see the final product out there.
Cool. Thank you. We'll take some questions. I'll just add to the commentary and just say we have started to send it to some stakeholders that were in the database, and Natalie's right, most of them are coming back. I think I said in my chair's report, really, really happy that we're putting this wellbeing lens, and they really like the 5 cornerstones of the vision, and they're now looking at how they can inform the detail of such a vision through their particular sector. So this is the good thing. It'll provide the coat hanger for groups to come to us and talk about youth or disability or arts and culture growth, economic development opportunities. Seeing it now articulated in our vision should open the door for all of those stakeholders to say, well, that's great. How can we work with you on this? So, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thank you for your great work, and it's a lovely looking document, and love the cartoons, and I've enjoyed the input. So just so I can have a clear picture, where does this sit in relation to, for example, our community outcomes of Great River City, best in business, and a great place to live, breathe, work, stay, eat, run your dog thing?
Those community outcomes were the community outcomes adopted for the last long-term plan, the 1828 long-term plan.
So this replaces those?
Yeah, no. What we're suggesting, and it's in the next paper, what we're suggesting is our wellbeing outcomes replace those community outcomes. These are the vision, and the 5 priorities are basically a more focused view of how do you deliver to those wellbeing outcomes.
So this sits above it, or below it, or around it, or?
I think it's a little bit hard. Yeah. I think the wellbeing outcomes sit more globally across everyone, and they are the thing that we're required to deliver through the Local Government Act, And what was said is this is the high-level wellbeing outcomes we want to achieve. This council has looked at those and said, here is our focus, our vision, our 5 priorities for the things that we want to do that will deliver to those wellbeing outcomes.
Got it. Okay, so where does it sit in relation to the staff one of improving the wellbeing of Hamiltonians?
So that's our purpose as an organisation.
Right, okay.
And our wellbeing outcomes are to improve the wellbeing of Hamiltonians.
I guess I have to ask the cynical question, doesn't that make us a little bit sort of cross-eyed or a bit multi-visionary with, you know, lots of different visions flying all over the place and blunting us?
Yeah, and it is a bit of a challenge, and you'll see on page, if you bear with me for a moment, of the agenda, our Waka story.
Yeah.
I can't find the page at the moment.
Glass half full.
Oh, come on.
It's not glass half full.
I love this stuff. Don't get me wrong, I love this stuff. But I just want to make sure I'm clear on where it sits and don't you be
Don't bring
cynical.
us down.
Sorry. I think it's on about page, I don't know what it is, I'm diligent. If governance could help me, it's around about 93, thank you.
93, is it?
So for exactly that question is a really good question, Councillor Bunting, and we had the same sort of feedback from staff about, well, how does this fit together?
Yeah.
So that diagram on page, tries to explain that, you know, the wellbeing, we're on our journey, our wellbeing walker, which includes all the 4 dimensions of wellbeing. But it is actually the hoi or the oars that actually steer our journey, and those are your 5 priorities.
Right, okay. All right, I think I'll hold off, thank you. That.
Yeah, I look forward to your comments since you were very much part of forming this. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, on the draft document, I want to acknowledge that you're giving due respect to both our written languages. That's to be strongly commended. I would have preferred it would have been our vision for Hamilton Kirikiriroa as a statement, given that there's a bilingual component. I don't know if it's too late to address that, but it's your professional judgment. On the list, you've invited the Waikato Chamber of Commerce, Mayor, but for some reason the Waikato Council of Trade Unions and their affiliates are missing from that list.
Oh, it's not a comprehensive list, it's a starting point of the stakeholders I had in my database.
Yeah, no, I mean, you've got the Western Community Centre, HMS Trust, that's fantastic. Obviously, if we can just make sure that we do all the community houses. I haven't, you know, I've just scanned it. It seems pretty comprehensive. Great, you've disability, you know, DPA and that. The other thing is, do I take it that this, can you give me assurance, Your Worship, that in order to prevent this document becoming a coffee table book, which one of our members is an expert on coffee table books, can we have an assurance that we keep this document and its executive summary at our side for every LTP meeting?
Well, it certainly is.
No, well, look,
Memorise it.
I raise that in part in jest, but I can actually, even in the office I currently occupy, I can probably give you, in the paper, and this is no disrespect, I can give you this stuff, you know, of plans. What I'm wanting to do is making sure that this actually, in our LTP, we make reference to it, you know, so people can see some, you know.
And thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Maybe if I could give some assurance. If you would have noticed in the elected member workshop we had yesterday, and there were some bigger sheets that had various projects on them, you would have noticed one of the columns was actually the priorities.
Yep.
So we are really want to make sure that when we're putting information in front of you to enable your decision making, that we are being really clear about how this aligns to your priorities.
So when we put the draft LTP out for formal consultation, obviously there will be clear references, appendix, that, you know, that kind of thing. I'm just trying to
Yes.
tie.
Definitely, and in terms of the communication approach around it now, so it's to share, we want to share our priorities now with the community, but then also when we get to the consultation document and that whole process around the long-term plan, we will be, the consultation document itself will refer to these 5 priorities, because this will set the scene for where we want to go, and then the consultation document will outline the projects and the budgets to enable us to deliver on these 5 priorities, so there'll be clear reference between the two.
And the final question, given that this is a full council meeting, so our Maunga Māori reps do not sit around this table today, what interaction are we having with them so that we actually just run that past them and get a tick off as well?
So they have been involved, having similar conversations with the Mayor as all of the chairs have had in the development of the document, and we will continue to keep them involved. They are included in our workshop sessions for our long-term plan, so we can make sure we
Just
capture
a
their
small
feedback.
correction there. It wasn't
Yeah,
all of
no.
the chairs, it was the chairs and their deputies. So, yes, I had a meeting with Māngai Māori.
Yeah, yeah.
And I also had a meeting with each, and Jeff was there for the majority of those, had a meeting with each chair and deputy combination to really tease out what the vision, how that aligned with their work programs and what we commonly understood to be our direction.
Yeah, no, that's noted, but you've assured me with regard to Māngai Māori, that's excellent. You've assured me with adding some key organisations to the list. That's excellent. Thank you,
Yeah, so
Your Worship.
please do send in any key organisations that we have overlooked on this original list, because it's not, the idea is for you to go forth and spread it wildly.
Yeah, and Councillor McPherson's already got his
Widely
first
and
meeting
wildly.
set up. Councillor McPherson's on his way.
Good on him. And in respect to how do we get to use this, and I think you do raise some quite good questions, Mark, about the next document that we're going to see and getting close, keeping them closer, which I was going to have some commentary on, but absolutely this was intended, I intend this to be the lens through which we have those LTP conversations. So absolutely it should be by your side. So for argument's sake, if somebody wants to pop up a project, let's just take the glamping one at the zoo for just a random, and there's no reason why I chose that one over any other. We have to look at how does this help us achieve the vision we have for Hamilton. So you've got to look through those lenses to see if it's the right sort of project to support.
So the issue, obviously, in this document, and that's a really good question, around access, who are we going to look in this document who is finding it harder to access council facilities? The zoo's a good one because you've got an entry charge.
Sorry?
Well, the question I want is we have public good, public facilities, libraries, museums, swimming pools, zoos. In terms of our well-beings, obviously our LTP does need to address the fact that there is a section of Hamiltonians, for example, where some of our facilities, for various reasons, may be on their reach. And I'm just trying to weave the inclusion bit and some addressing.
I see where you're coming from, thank you. I think that's important. Of course, one of those focuses is a city where everyone thrives, and so there's a number of hooks in there that we can use to have our discussions. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And look, thanks for the work that you've done on this. I think it's truly an aspirational document. One of the concerns, though, is some of the comments that you've chosen to include in and around the five. I'm just worried a little bit whether or not we might be over-promising outcomes by having chosen some of the feedback comments, and that those promises might well be beyond the fiscal envelope that council currently has.
Can we just clarify, are you referencing to the quotes that came back from the community?
Yeah, and I don't want to pick on any one quote in case I'm sort of labelled as being anti that, but I'm just sort of, the point is we're going to release this document to the public, and I'm just a little bit concerned that we've chosen a number of statements that residents might think are things that we're likely to promise them.
So what we have tried to show, and I understand your concern, is that this document has been developed out of the conversations we've been having with the community, and so we have selected some of those verbatim quotes that the community gave to us in those two feedback processes. If there's any that you are really significantly concerned about, please come and talk to us.
Okay.
Just to add to that, I think that the comments we did there was obviously all sorts of individual comments, hundreds and hundreds over the past
Yep.
nearly 12 months, but they were very clear themes that came through all of them. And so the ones that we did choose, we chose because they represented the kind of theme that were coming through in both of our engagement campaigns plus our quality of life. So they're representing what the community have said, which is therefore, we've used these to lead into our priorities and focus areas. So I think we've already delivered on, we've already kind of taken these on board to look at what we're focusing on. You are right that there is the risk that it could increase, expectations around things. And I think that while it is an aspirational document, and once we get into the long-term plan and the long-term plan consultation document, then that's when we'll get into a lot more detail around the specifics of what we actually can deliver on.
Okay. All right, I understand where you're coming from. The other question I've got is around the extent of the consultation that you're likely to undertake on this document. And you've referred in the paper to the Mayor's key strategic partners, and there's a list there. Is it intended that this consultation would be more extensive than just going back to that group?
Yes, definitely. So in terms of, just to be clear with this process, we won't be going out to actually consult on this document. So Council today, if the resolution goes through, will be adopting the document. But in terms of communicating it, so we're not necessarily asking, what do people think about this and bringing it back to change. But in terms of the communication with the wider community, definitely. So we'll have a full comms plan, which will get conversations, obviously, with the stakeholder lists included in the report, but also really looking at yourselves to share this with your networks, and we'll be putting out and sharing it with a variety of community groups and the community as a whole through an extensive digital campaign and stories, and just like we do with anything to try and get the message out there. As far as we can.
I'm just a little bit concerned that the strategic partner list doesn't include a number of groups and individuals who regularly submit to council and who tend to be reasonably critique at some of the comments that they make. And, I'm thinking here of the citizens and ratepayers, the Grey Power, people like Roger Stratford, who regularly submits, Jeff Creeker, Ray Mudford, and I don't see any of the political parties listed down, and it may well be an opportune time to involve the political parties, seeing that they're new and eager to get on with their jobs. So how do we add to that list? Because I'm not sure whether, if I take this to one of those groups.
Martin, in answer to Martin's question, this is a starting database that was at hand to just get started. I'm actually really keen to hear from you who else should receive it and to expand that outreach. Absolutely. So you've named a couple of people there that we should include for sure. And so I'd love to get from you a list of people that may have been omitted on that original list.
Yeah, but I'm still worried, Paula, Mayor Paula, that I haven't got all the names of the missing people either.
No, but we'll be doing other. Can you talk, perhaps in answer to that question, Natalie, can you talk about the wider engagement other than the targeted stakeholders?
So in terms of the wider engagement, we've got a program that will run pretty much from now until Christmas. We will be communicating it through a variety of our council channels, and also through our facilities, through our libraries, our pools, our zoo, the museum, things like that. Also, we've got some upcoming engagement events before Christmas that we'll be using those opportunities to share this messaging as well. Obviously, everything will be on our website and through our channels and through advertising online and through radio. And then in terms of the list, Council has a variety of lists, then we'll work really closely with the community advisors and the community development team who have their lists. So what I think you can most welcome to, and definitely we would love it to, if you could send through any ideas that you've had that you can see it's missing from this list, we'll pull it together to our overall list that we've got, and then we can distribute it to make sure that we haven't missed anyone from their list there. But obviously we're going to be really promoting it, and this is our priority document to get out there to the community from now until Christmas. So it will be spread far and wide, as well as having, if people want to pick up a hard copy document, we can, and we're also producing it in different languages as well. So it will be easily accessible for the community.
So how will they feed the information back to us? Will it be a have your say, or is it going to be a little little less informal than that.
We're not asking them to feedback in that respect, are we? We're asking them
Okay, all right.
we're informing them of our vision, because don't forget, we've already asked them all that before COVID and during COVID, and since we've asked each other in our workshops and our strategic time what we think, and this is a combination of the public's, sorry to jump in over you, but this is a combination of what the public have fed to us when we ask them, and elected members shaping this. The main thing is that we get them thinking ahead of the LTP, and that's going to, in my view, be a key point of where we start to say, well, you know, given that this is our vision for Hamilton, here's some projects we're thinking, and then you're right, then that's that financial consideration comes in here there strongly, as we talked yesterday in that workshop. Have I missed anything in that?
Thank you, Chair.
Did that answer sort of? But
I'm just a little bit concerned that we might not be getting the feedback from all the groups, you know, and that list, the list that.
well, it's not feedback. It's for their information and awareness, but it is generating conversation, which is great.
All right.
The feedback is on the LTP, etc.
Right. Thank you.
But yeah, please do send it those groups and anybody else you can think of, and send the link madly around everyone you know. That's, we all play a part through our own Facebook pages, etc., of reaching out as much as possible. Sorry, any other questions? No? Okay. So I'll move, and Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds, and we'll go into discussion or debate. Mark? Oh, hang on, I move, so do you mind? Sorry. Just as a mover, I want to thank all of the people of Hamilton, and it was really well taken up on the opportunity, the online campaign that we did leading up to COVID, which unfortunately then we had to cut short a weeny bit. However, that was a very successful campaign. You remember that, where they could type in and they could write, use words to reflect their view of council, and then they could, of Hamilton, and they could also write completely unprescribed sentiments as well, which I think was really important. And so I was really pleased with that work, and I was disappointed, of course, that sort of was overshadowed by the more important work of coping with COVID. I think it is really important to note that I do have a vision for the city that I share in common with you, and it was really important for me not to go out with a mayor's LTP. It's not the way I see leading the LTP as meaning. Leading to me is bringing my team around a shared vision and a shared product of the LTP out to the public, something that we can all see ourselves reflected in. And I've really, really valued the conversations I've had with the chairs and deputies of each portfolio around this, and others to shape it up, because it gives me a better understanding of how we can pull together as a team in the best interest of our community. So this is not about me laying down my direction. This is about me trying to land a direction that we can see ourselves all reflected in. And it won't be perfect, and it won't reach everyone, and you know, there'll be as many views as people that read it. But at least we're showing some clarity about our vision, which will then shape our priorities, which will then shape our projects, which will shape what we deliver to the community. It's that kind of cascade from my point of view. And I just want to thank all the councillors that have spent time looking at this and feeding back into it, and the staff for putting together what I think is a really nice modern looking document that will be easy to digest. And I'm quite excited that already in sending out that list that you've seen, which is not a comprehensive list of everyone who could be included, but I'm already getting some really favourable sort of, that looks really good. Can we come and talk to you about how we might participate in conversations going into the LTP? And that's exactly what I wanted to achieve, greater levels of community engagement. Thank you. Oh, just an adding, I know you're going to cover it off, Mark, but my only area of concern is that the next document reflects accurately our vision, which is the wellbeing outcomes for Hamilton, so that they're not seen as two quite separate documents. And I'm not entirely sure, but that's the next item, that we're quite close enough, but they'll leave that there. Councillor Bunting.
Go ahead first.
Okay,
if you like.
cool.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Taylor?
Mayor Southgate. Yeah, very supportive of this, and I congratulate you for this and the staff involved. Julie, Natalie, Sean. I think it's really high quality, and I like the thinking behind it and the way these messages are conveyed. I think the 5 messages neatly encapsulate what we're trying to do to make life better for Hamiltonians. As a rule, I find well-being's a little bit fluffy. A lot of the time, I have to admit, I'm not a comfortable occupant of the well-being waka, I suppose. It's just not something that sits naturally with me. But I do like this. There's simple messages we're putting out there, concepts which residents can easily get their head around. And I think they will respond well to this. But also, I think as Councillor Gallagher sort of referred to, it's good for us too, because it gives us a focus on what we're trying to achieve as we head into the LTP. Because these 5, to me, it talks about balance. And, it's what was I trying to say? Yeah, balance. It speaks to these things. I would mention the central city first, of course, but a central city where people love to be, a fun city, a city where people thrive, a green city, and there's one other. And these are all things that, people are telling us. And so what I like is it's a balance because and it gives us a great context as we head into the LTV. It's a salutary reminder that we need to address all these areas in the LTP and not fall into old habits of assuming that some sort of hierarchy on what we do. These are must-haves and these are nice-to-haves. I really don't subscribe to that thinking. There are some things that fall into the must-haves camp, but often that's a subjective judgment as well. So it's a message that I urge all of us to remember during the LTP process. And again, I congratulate you, Paula, and staff and elected members who are involved in this.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. And I'm kind of speaking for the next 2 items, I guess, in a way. And I wholeheartedly agree with Deputy Mayor Taylor. I think it's neat to have a visionary mayor who is willing to put on the line and articulate that. And I know it has been a cohesive thing, but you do need a leader. You need someone to put the ladder on the wall and to choose which wall to put it on. So I totally respect you for that. I do think you've got a tough ask because, what we're presenting the community with is 5 questions. Then we're going to give them 4 well-beings. Then we've got 3 community outcomes. Then we've got 2 sides to every argument, and you could end up with 1 confused community. Do you like that? Pretty clever, eh? Put a cartoon around it. And I noticed in there there's it is a very confusing message we're sending out to a community who are just actually trying to survive. So I'll absolutely back you in it. I would just really urge simplicity if you're going to take this community with you, because if I'm starting to get confused and I help write the thing, then good luck out there. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, obviously I've alluded to the danger of it becoming a Dave McPherson coffee table book. And that's not detracting because obviously I'm getting that, in terms of our engagement relating it to the long-term plan. I will only make one very simple observation. The true test of this document will be how and if it in any way contributes to a material improvement in the quality of life of the poorest kid in the poorest household in this city.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, right of reply. Just to comment.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Sarah. My apologies. Sarah.
Thank you. I just wanted to first acknowledge the collaborative approach that you've taken, Mayor Paula. I think all of us appreciate being able to feed into this document. And I think that it's probably a better document for it when it's put together by a team of people. I also do think that it gives us some good focus, and it's particularly good to have the community engagement prior to us putting together this LTP so that we can continue to refer back to what the community has said and then try and shape our LTP as best we can around that before then it goes back out to the community. So because we often hear, I guess a common complaint we often hear is the community gets something at the very tail end when it feels like it's already put together, and it feels more of a token gesture when we consult rather than actually getting in together with them and designing something together. So I think it's really positive. My one concern, however, is that we're raising expectations at a time when it seems like our budget is looking more and more constrained. And so we're going to have to be really careful in how we prioritise. So, because it won't be necessarily about doing a lot more and putting a whole lot more into our work stream, but looking at what we see as being, I guess, more important than other things and reprioritising. So there will be some hard conversations with this upcoming LTP in order to deliver on this vision, or at least to take a first step in doing that.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. Just in right of reply, in my view, it was really important for me to be clear about what my vision was for the city. It was also important for me to understand what your vision as a council was for the city. But more importantly than that was understanding the shared vision of the community we represent for the city. And I'll make no apologies for the one thing that is important to me in being mayor, which is to improve community engagement at every opportunity that we can. And that means using them at the very beginning, as we have done here, to shape documents that we use to make decisions. And the community have shaped this one, and you have shaped this one, and I have shaped this one, and I'm proud of that. It's only one step. I take on board, however, in my right to reply, the point about confusion, and I will have some comments to make on the next document accordingly. But this one document here is a very simple, easy read. It's very straightforward. It has a wellbeing lens. And the important thing about that is it enables us to start talking with other people about what we do and what they do and how we join up together, because we can't do everything. We've talked more about that in the last few weeks than ever before. We can't do everything. We are in a post-COVID period of pain for our community. And we simply don't have the budget, nor necessarily the appropriate skills and resources to do everything to deliver to everyone these well-beings. But what we can do is set a course and play our part. And what we can do is keep reminding ourselves of the why, and this is the importance of the LTP for me, why we've chosen to go in certain directions in the LTP. I think when people understand why and they buy into the why, then we do better as a council. Otherwise, as Sarah rightly says, we're just doing to them without any depth of understanding. So this is a step in the journey of the public understanding the long-term vision of the council. So I'm proud to move it, and I'm thankful to each and every one of you. I hope that you can see some of your hopes and aspirations in this vision, and I hope that the wider community can also see some of their hopes and aspirations reflected in this. It's a journey. Thanks, everyone. All right, we'll go to the vote. And Zoom people, all in favour? Yeah, I see. You see them? Yep. Perfect.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to, we have visitors, we don't have visitors.
Yes, we're going to, yep, they're on Zoom.
Oh, they're on Zoom.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you, Natalie. Thanks to the team. Thanks, Julie. Thank you. No, not just yet, because we have visitors who were timed in, so I'll come back to you, sorry. So we have the item which is, I'll go back to my agenda, which is item 24, which is the recommendation from Open Strategic Risk and Insurance Committee, the one we couldn't approve before because we didn't have the independent chair of audit and risk. So we do now. Welcome, Karen, welcome. Can she hear us?
Thanks.
Yeah, you can hear us. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, thank you. We welcome you to speak to this item.
Okay, thank you. Well, look, I'm happy to confirm that the Strategic Risk and Audit Committee passed a resolution recommending that Council adopt the annual report for the year 2019-2020. I can also confirm that the auditors have given verbal clearance and are ready to sign the audit report subject to Council adopting the annual report. I would just like to draw elected members' attention to the audit report contained within the annual report at page 187. The audit report does include a qualification with respect to the comparatives for the one performance measure around the resource consent processing times, which was qualified last year, so the comparatives are also qualified this year. And the audit report also includes an emphasis of matter on relating to the impact of COVID-19, which is standard across most entities this year. I would also just draw your attention to the disclosures around the impact of COVID. So they are contained at page 33, 34 and 159. I would also like to confirm that I have, as chair of the Strategic Risk and Audit Committee, I have looked through and reviewed the representation letter that goes to the auditors and is signed by the Chief Executive and the Mayor, and I'm happy with the contents of those and the representations contained within that letter. I would like to make a special and a very sincere thank you to all of those that are involved in preparing these accounts. I deal with Tracy, but I know she's got a team behind her. And this year has been a particularly difficult year, given the impacts of COVID and the complexities that that has brought to the accounts, but also on a personal level, the impact that and the extra pressure that COVID has put on personnel. I think they've done extremely well to deliver this annual report audited within the agreed timeframes, and that is something quite extraordinary within this sector this year. I know that there are a lot of councils out there that will be using their full extension to the 31st of December to get their annual report across the line. So I just wanted to highlight that this is a pretty exceptional result from the team, and I'd like to support them for their diligence in that. And I would also like to thank the auditors, Clarence and his team from Audit New Zealand, for their really pragmatic and professional approach to this audit in really challenging circumstances. So that's all I have to say about the annual report. I'm happy to answer any questions or clarify anything if that's necessary. Otherwise, I'll respectfully recommend that that the annual report for the year ended 30th of June 2020 be moved to be adopted by Council.
Okay. It's been moved by Councillor Bunting and seconded by Councillor Pascoe. Thank you very much for that report, and thank you for your role. I'm looking backwards to speak to you when the microphone's actually forward. Sorry. Thank you for your role, Karen. We've really appreciated both of the independent people elected to the Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee. We've done a great job collegially, and you've articulated that very well. So I have no questions, but I'll take some wider questions from the floor. But thank you very much for your work. Councillor Pascoe. Yep, I'm on questions. Councillor Pascoe? Oh, you just want to, no questions? Okay, are there any questions? No, they were going to the debate, and Councillor Bunting, as the mover, gets to speak first.
Very quickly, I would just like to echo Mayor Paula's sentiments and personally thank you, Kieran, for making what could be a very complex process remarkably simple for elected members. I've thoroughly enjoyed the brief time so far that I've sat on this committee, and I think you're doing a great job. There's no stone unturned, and the way you conduct those meetings is formidable. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair, and also thanking Kieran, but also, like Kieran, I'd like to specifically thank Tracy and her team, and all those across the organisation who were involved in getting the financial statements ready for audit, as well as the externals, including Audit New Zealand, who met reasonably tight timeframes to get the reports out so that we were able to report back to our community on a timely basis with a very, very good audit report. In an earlier life, I've worked on both sides of the fence, both in terms of getting financial accounts ready for audit and also as an auditor. And so I understand the tension that exists throughout that process, and also having a board in behind eagerly wanting to make sure that everything gets done on time. But I'd like to use this opportunity also perhaps just to make comment that around the media reports that followed this particular report when it was reported to the Strategic and Audit Committee, and that was around the city's debt. And I really want to emphasise, and of course the media, and then I got a number of phone calls, I don't know whether other elected members did, about how the city was tracking in terms of its finances and its debt. But what I'd like to say now is that we're pretty much in line with the 10-year plan in terms of our debt levels. Those who were on council last time will remember that we had very robust discussion, sometimes going into the depths of late nights, and despite sometimes the late arrivals of significant information, there was robust discussion, and of course this was a long-term plan that signalled a significant increase in the city's debt. And you'll remember Peacock, which has borrowings of around $264 million in this 10-year period, of which 189 came from an interest-free HIF loan. There's Rotokauri, there's the Three Waters, two other major projects which have required significant amounts. Since the long-term plan decision, of course, we've had COVID and we've had some increased spends. And that has put a challenge on us being able to balance our books as early as we predicted in that long-term plan of 2018, and that I think has resulted in us needing to borrow around, or will need to borrow around $25 million to fund that. Going forward, of course, we have some quite significant challenges, financial challenges, as we move into the next long-term plan with a number of new projects. And I think now, and I'll round this off, now is a time to reflect as we align our financial strategy around three things. One, the affordability of rates, making good our past promises to look after our assets, and also to balance our books. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other debate on this? There being none, we'll go to the vote on the board, apart from those people in Zoom.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Karen. I'm not quite sure. We'll see you at the next meeting. I think we've got another one before Christmas, haven't we? We've got another one before Christmas. So I don't have to wish you good Christmas greetings yet. I'll save them. All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
You never know as you come to the end of the year. Okay, councillors, thank you for that. And thank you, Rob, as the Chair of Finance, for your oversight with working with Kieran as well. We appreciate that. We're now on to the item number 14, which is the wellbeing outcomes. That's back to Julie for this one. Right, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Maybe I thought it would be good to start and just talk about the context of the wellbeing outcomes. So the Local Government Act changed and brought wellbeing back into the Local Government Act and requires council to promote the social, economic, environment and cultural wellbeing of communities for the present and in the future. And you could have, you know, like many councils, just adopted those words and said, yes, we do that for our processes. So this council is very forward-thinking, and we started thinking about what does that actually mean? What do those 4 words actually mean for our communities? And that started the conversation that we had with Hamiltonians about what you love about Hamilton, and we framed it in those dimensions. So it was that first engagement that we had, and then from that, from what they told us, we came up with some description around what those 4 words mean. So we ended up with the statements: social, we care for and about our people; cultural, our unique and diverse communities celebrated; environmental, we love and protect our environment; and economic, our economy provides opportunities to prosper. We then took those statements and ran that second engagement that we started just pre-COVID, where we used those descriptions and a bit more explanation of what they might look like with the community, got them to pick up words that actually made sense to them, and from that exercise, we then developed, you know, the basis for your visionary document. So how I consider this, we started with a very dry local government requirement, and you've actually now morphed that into something that is very relevant to you and your communities in the vision document. We have indicated that, you've indicated that you want to use the vision document as part of setting your priorities for the long-term plan, and that allows you to talk about measuring to those priorities that you're delivering. In terms of the wellbeing outcomes of such, we do have to have them as part of the local government requirement, but effectively I think they've most probably just about served their purpose in many ways, that we park them as them being the grounding or the starting point for where we've got to now. The other aspect that we need to do, well, we recommend that we do, is actually the point that Councillor Gallagher made just a moment ago. How do we actually know we've actually made a difference? How do we actually know we've changed the well-being of our communities? And that's where we've come up with a range of indicators. We have tagged them to the 4 dimensions of wellbeing. We could equally tag them to the 5 priorities. But those are indicators that give a view of, is there something changing in our wider community? These indicators are not measuring what we do in terms of our activity. They're measuring the overall wellbeing of the community. And we know that Council is one of the many parties that influence wellbeing. Central government policy, what some of our very great community groups do, what some of the NGOs do, all influence our wellbeing of our community. And so we want to be able to, you know, put a report back in Council once a year saying this is what the trend that we're seeing across those wellbeing dimensions. So we do need to recognise that we do have to record wellbeings. To Councillor Bunting's point earlier, we recommend that we adopt those 4 wellbeing statements as our community wellbeing statements for the local government requirements, but we recognise and we want to tell the story about how you have taken that and set your vision for Hamilton from that. Happy to take questions.
Cool, thank you. I'm sure there will be some questions. Julie, just to kick that off, in terms of if I'm looking at the wellbeing indicators and we've got that far left-hand box which says our city and has all of those, because this was the bit that we were always still working through the most, so it's not criticism, it's meant to be constructive. But if you look down the side and you see our city and you go say something to the second box down, it says easy, safe and affordable to get around, which sounds like our previous terminology. And maybe I'm picking up what you're saying, Bunty, here. Wouldn't that be consistent with one of the descriptors of our vision?
Yes.
So that instead of talking about that, and like, for example, supports people to be happy and healthy, well, we've got a vision that all people thrive. I can't forget the words just off the top of my head. Why wouldn't that be in that column as opposed to something different? I think there is, well, is there any way you can see of getting these two things slightly closer in language and intent?
Yes, indeed. And look, there's a couple of options we can take. Is one, we can actually lose that our city column. I think that was, again, a starting point that we had, trying to describe what we meant by those wellbeing factors or dimensions. We do now have your vision document that effectively supersedes this, and then we've just got a set of indicators that talks about how do we measure the social wellbeing of our community. So that would be my recommendation to council, that we just lose that first column.
I wonder, do we have to lose it entirely, or can some of that pick up the actual language that's in those? I mean, I think, as I say, if I look at the third column row down, supports people to be happy and healthy. Well, we've got statements about what it means for people to thrive. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In the other document we've just looked at, we've got a really simple articulation of what we mean by that. We want a city where all people thrive.
Yeah.
So couldn't some of those things, those descriptors be there instead of different ones?
Yes, we can. And we've also looked at how these indicators map to your 5 priorities as well. And some of them map across, a really good reflection of saying, by delivering to those priorities, are you having an impact on the community? Some of them, the indicators don't necessarily map, and we're happy to actually then maybe remove these. In the council report, we're just asking for you to note these indicators, not adopt them at this point, because we do feel there is more work to do on these, and we're happy to bring back a revised set of indicators that closely maps to your 5 priorities.
So is it possible, therefore, to put, get all of the chairs to come and be part of that in respect to matching up those indicators with their I know there's overlap because there's overlap in the vision, I get that, but we still managed to work through overlap quite well as a council, so.
Yes.
Is that possible?
Yes, that is entirely possible.
Okay, I'll leave my questions there for now. Oh, there aren't any more. Margaret.
Thank you. Referring to the environmental wellbeings, point 1, our city restores and protects the health and wellbeing of the Waikato River. I note that in the feedback from community consultation, actually, the Hamilton Lake came up as specifically as a place for that there is also valued. And I'm just wondering why we've only nominated that we're going to look after the river and not the lake or our other waterways. Include gullies.
Thank you, Councillor Margaret. We did pick up that feedback, and we've been working with the Regional Council and I think it's Lawa or Niwa to understand what other areas that we do measure water quality in. There are 2 streams that we measure water quality that feed into the river. We also measure water quality at Wellington Street Beach and also at Hamilton Lake. So we want to suggest that we adopt those measures instead of those. So again, a little bit of a journey, and the fact that we've heard your good feedback and would like to have those alterations done.
So Margaret, you could feed into this set of, you could work with Julie on these, is what we're saying. Would that answer your question? you, Sarah.
Yeah, it's just a matter of including those things that our communities have identified are important to them, but also in our vision statement we've talked about we've named the Waikato River, but we've also named Hamilton Lake. So I just think you don't need to talk to me about it. I just think we've already prioritised those two waterways, and we're talking about water quality. I would imagine that I would expect the Hamilton Lake to be there in that opening statement, and an inclusion of other waterways, as you said, that we're already monitoring.
Yes, we can do that.
Right, that can be done. Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all for the report. The feedback on page 58 onwards generally indicates that we're doing a great job, or that was my words, doing a great job in this particular area. Many of the items around improvement that you've listed on page 66 onwards seems to indicate improving business as usual and not requiring heaps in the way of extra funding. Is that a fair summary?
So those statements on the pages that you've mentioned are actually the statements that the community have told us, so it's their verbatim responses.
Yep.
And I think as a reflection that they do understand and value the work that council's doing.
Yep.
I think that, again, this is where this council has moved forward in terms that you have a vision that you now want to deliver. And by sharing the vision, once we share that vision, you might get feedback about, oh, those are also things that we value or would like for our community. So I think this is a reflection that we ask people, what do you love about Hamilton now, and what can we do better? And so they referenced their response to us within that context.
So going forward now over the next few months in terms of the development of the long-term plan, do you think that there's quite a lot of low-hanging fruit there that we need to be careful about how we actually, I use the word sell, but we actually include that in the consultation document around the long-term plan of what we have been doing and what we're able to do, and we're able to do that without it requiring, with it being very much business as usual and not requiring us to find a heap of capital to fund it. Is that?
I think one of the things that Nat and her team have been very successful in is starting to tell the story about what we are delivering for Hamilton as a council. And I think, again, that's a reflection of the feedback that we've received, that people are starting to understand the value of the services. In terms of the long-term plan, how we have thought about the engagement process is that definitely we need to tell the story of this is what we do, or this is what we're continuing or proposing to continue to do, or maybe we'll be considering something additional. So the story very much is a bit of a development from, here's the things you've told us you've loved about Hamilton and we'll keep doing. Here are some through the vision and the things that we've heard you say that you'd like for the future that will improve your wellbeing.
Yep.
Here are the things that you've got an option around. So that last bit of engagement that we'll do in March next year around the long-term plan, where we'll be putting the projects in front of them. We want to frame that very much in a story about, you've told us all these things, but here are some options now to do something different.
So those improvements you don't see as being a major over and above what would be just a matter of improving our business as usual?
I don't have a formed up view about that.
Okay. When will we know whether it's going to require, whether it can be just integrated into business as usual, or require us to go away and set up new systems and developments in order to achieve these outcomes that we regard as being important, or that the community have told us that we would like to improve on?
Yeah. So the information sessions that we're having at the moment with elected members are building up to the 10th of November. We've said that's when we think is the point where we'll be able to put all of this in one picture for you on the 10th of November.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rob, any other questions If not, let's just have a look at the recommendation. So it's seeking approval, informing the council of an annual wellbeing report. But given that we've decided that there's some work to, so what would we suggest as something that signals that more clearly? Sean, have you got an idea?
Maybe still seek approval of the wellbeing outcomes. So those are just those 4 short statements that we basically have to help us frame up the LTP within the Local Government Act. And maybe it's actually that we and I'll need Becca's help on this, come back, how do we say that? Come back with a more developed list of wellbeing indicators that has been developed in conjunction with the various committees.
So you're in saying approve the 4 wellbeings, you're talking about page 93 with the waka? Is that what you're talking about? No, you're
I'm
not, 'cause
talking
it needs to be
about,
quite
if you
clear
look,
that we're
I think
approving.
on paragraph 17 of the report, Mayor Paula, it sort of talks about there's the 4 headings, and then it's got the wellbeing outcome statements listed under each one. I think what I've heard you say today is that you'd be comfortable with the heading statements and adopting those as our community outcomes, but the outcome statements below that's something which you want us to do some more work on and come back with the indicator framework. So I suggest if you just give us a minute or so, we can update the resolution, or the recommendation rather, to be specific about adopting those 4 high-level statements as community outcomes, if that's helpful.
Okay, so I think we should take a moment, because once it's approved, it's approved. My question about bringing things closer together, which is where you were going, Mark, in the proposed wellbeings, like the paragraph 17, I just want to be certain that the language that sits in here does in some way reflect the language that sits in the vision, and at the moment I'm not quite seeing it as well as I'd like.
So
Could we lay this on, just proposing a thought while we've got other business to do, rather than hold everyone up, could we propose you take a little look at that while we go through the rest agenda, and we just lay it on the table for now, we'll come back to it.
we can certainly do that.
And it is just about making sure that you pick up some of those vision points in those wellbeings, which shouldn't be, I'm sure Natalie will be able to lend a hand to this. You know what we're trying to say here? So that one thing is seen in the other, there's a reflection of each other. Is that right? I think we're all on the same page about that. So I propose to lay this on the table. Is that how I do it?
Yep, we can just.
And we'll come back to it later in the agenda.
Okay.
And that will allow you to do some work on it.
Yep, we can quickly do that.
Perfectly. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so now we go on to He Pō Manawa Ora, item 15. Muna.
Your Worship, from a procedural point of view, if I may. In light of the fact that we've had a workshop, and the workshop in turn has had a focus group, and in turn both outcomes have not been reflected in the document that is now up for our consideration, and doesn't reflect either of those processes, I'm suggesting that it's inappropriate that this is here today. That in fact the entire thing should be set aside, and that staff go back and amend the document to reflect the considerations and the inputs that elected members were asked to provide. I think it's really important, because what you're asking us to do is approve a document to continue this evolutionary journey while ignoring the fact that we've had 2 opportunities and that hasn't been reflected. So
Okay, I agree. So let me set the context for that, and I think then you're welcome to put the procedural motion to that effect. But just if I can just try and context it a bit.
Sure.
We know that this is evolutionary. We all accept that. But I accept your point that we had a workshop on it feedback was gathered from the elected members, then we did agree, just from a time constraint, etc., to get a focus group. So Mark, I just want to make sure that you're on the same page with me on this one. So we had the big workshop and all the councillors gave feedback. Then we put the focus group around it to look a little bit more at detail. What we have noticed, Mona and Sean, is that the feedback, and you've seen some emails to that effect, the feedback from that focus group and some of the feedback of the wider group before it hasn't quite been encapsulated at this point in time into the document. Hang on a minute. Let me see if you can correct me if I'm wrong. The document, therefore, is not completely at the stage where we would like to take it forward. So taking a half step back to make sure that the recommendations from the focus group and the wider council get articulated in that, knowing, of course, that this will still always be going out for further, right? Have I articulated that correctly?
Up on is that the focus group happened before the briefing. I think with the wider group. I think the wider group was the latter of the two. I think, if I remember rightly.
I can't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, the workshop duly followed after the focus group, and then, yeah.
Yeah, so they have.
But you're essentially right. Yeah.
Yeah, so Ewan's right in the sense that the two bites of the cherry at it, and what we don't, and I'll talk to it before it closes, that what we don't see in here is just some of those reflections. We're still in that raw state which it came to us in, and that's disappointed a number of councillors, and I understand why. So I think you're probably right, Ewan. This is a very exciting and a very important piece of work. It's vital that we get it right. So if we were to put it out like it is today, even on the proviso that it'll be edited and amended, I think could cause some issues. But I don't want to create undue delay because this is part of the information for the LTP. This has got to go through the next stage. So what do you suggest?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So as you say, we have had sort of various discussions on this. So with discussions with yourself, councillors Kesh and Mark, we developed iterated the strategy document itself, and I understand that was, and so there was feedback on that. That was also then discussed at a councillor workshop, which I think Councillor Ewan's referring to, and there was further feedback given as a result of that workshop. That was looking at the strategy as a whole, and I think it was made reasonably clear that we weren't going to be re-looking at we weren't going to be adopting the strategy until the new year. What we're seeking approval for today is to go and consult, to run a consultation process with the public to get some input to help further develop that strategy.
I get you.
So
and what you're hearing from elected members, and I'll get to you, Martin, is that we need to go back and take a step and make sure that the feedback that's already been given is reflected in the document.
Absolutely.
And that would just take another point. I noticed, just if it's helpful, it might not be helpful, I'm trying to be helpful, that the community meeting, which is a time when we all come together, and this is on the 17th of November. So what we could do is, we can still, that doesn't stop us getting feedback from stakeholders in between, because, you know, it's iterative, right? What if we bring it to the community? Would that work?
Yeah, if I not quite. So the reason that we're bringing it to the council meeting now, we had obviously started this process under the community committee, because of timing and wanting to try and engage in a consultation process pre-Christmas. We're bringing it to this meeting to get approval to consult. And to finish off the last point, so the feedback that was received from elected members during the workshop hasn't necessarily been reflected, and I acknowledge that, into the document that's here. And to overcome that, the recommendation in the report was that there is a smaller group of councillors so that feedback has been captured, as I understand it, and it can be included in the consultation material that goes out, and we're recommending that a working group of councillors oversees that to ensure that what does go out for consultation reflects the feedback that was received by elected members in that workshop.
We had these workshops. Has the feedback from these workshops been included in the document as in front of us today?
I think partially.
No, I don't want a partial. And obviously, when I respect, this is a process, agree or disagree. Has the feedback that was at those workshops been included in this document? I have a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Not in this particular council report. And that was made clear at the workshop, the briefing, that the focus of the consultation, the public consultation, was going to focus on the PO. So the PO, the 4 PO, was going to be the centre of attention for public consultation. We have collated and collected the feedback that we've received from councillors, and which will inform the next iteration of He Pau Manawa Ora. So it was made clear at the workshop that we weren't expected to present that draft until the new year. So that was my understanding of where we landed at the workshop.
So I guess it's a process question, respectfully.
Yep.
There was a workshop and, I mean, for example, there are, I think it's a really good document, except that, for example, this council is going to consider renaming some streets. That's in the documentary. Is this council in that space at the moment? Obviously, there's a conversation. I get that. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the nuance of the wording, how important it might be to really just fine-tune. So that's the first question. The second critical question, in my capacity as the chair of the Community Engagement Committee, with regard to the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Community Committee, General Manager strategy, doing the delegation, where is our Maunga Māori involvement in that particular process in terms of the mechanics of this document? Obviously, there's 2 issues. Very clearly, the Maunga Māori, as I would understand it, would sit round with us in the workshops in terms of the document, all right? Very importantly. But what assistance are we engaging our Maunga Māori reps in terms of the actual mechanics of the consultation?
So Māngai have been involved in development of the document, and we've had sessions with them. And Māngai and our partners directly would be engaged in helping with the consultation process, so facilitating some of that.
So you've made a suggestion in here that we delegate the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, the Chair of the Community Committee, GM strategy. I don't have an issue with that. In my portfolio capacity, I find it curious that we wouldn't want one or two of our Maunga Māori reps to sit in that particular room, because obviously...
So correction on that,
yeah.
that was supposed to have happened, we discussed that. It was supposed to include you as Chair of... hang on. And it was supposed to include a Māngai Māori representative. That was already determined.
Well, to be honest, look, I have a role. That's not about that. That's cool.
No, but
to
I'm
me,
just saying
my real focus, if I can give you some helpful advice, is I think you need at least 2 of our Maunga Māori reps, and I can explain offline, my reasoning for that, to sit on that implementation community engagement, but purely for the obvious reasons of the insights and also affording our colleagues appropriate respect as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and sorry, Mayor Paul, can I just finish off just to clarify kind of one of the earlier questions?
I'm moving a procedural motion as per page 24, item 25. I note that I'm not interrupting a member, I'm interrupting a staff member, but I'm entitled to under the motion. My motion is that the procedural motion is to adjourn the debate, that the meeting be adjourned to the next this item be adjourned to the next ordinary meeting, where this could come back for the for the reasons I've already articulated. And if I can have a seconder, we can bring this to a head. Thank you. Now that I've got the floor, Your Worship.
Question of clarity about ordinary meeting. You mean a full council meeting or any meeting
yes,
of the full council?
either the next meeting of the community or at the City Council. Yep.
There's no debate on it in a procedure motion, it's just put, you know that? Yeah.
I'm sorry?
There's no debate on a procedure motion, you just put it.
I just put
without debate. Dave seconded it, so we put it. to the vote on the floor. That means it'll be delayed until the community meeting potentially. Let's go to the vote on the board for those who, I'm sorry, that suspends your questions, Ryan.
Can we just make a clarification about whether it's being referred back to the committee meeting or adjourned to the next council meeting?
Clarification about which meeting you're hoping to defer it to.
I will take staff advice as to the most practical mechanism. But which meeting?
Which is the next full meeting of council?
The community committee meeting is on the 16th.
If the chair of that committee is happy with that, then that would be fine.
So return back to the community committee, that's fine.
Yep, community committee meeting.
Right. No, you can't, I'm afraid. Sorry. It is a no, and all questions and all debate are off now that a procedural motion is on the table. So go to the board and vote for the button, except for the people at home.
Already voted.
I can nearly vote you in.
The motion is carried. 11 for no and 1 against. Councillor Naidu Ralph is dissenting.
Cool, thank you. Pardon? No.
Apologies. It's the only time I'm absolutely unequivocal. Sorry, it's the first time ever.
Can I?
It's actually a really good learning opportunity about how procedural motions operate.
Totally.
They're totally straight up. Stop now. Do it.
If I was to ask a question, though. Okay.
You can over a cup of tea shortly when we have a break, but at the moment,
Can I please have a cup of tea?
we're going to go to item 16, City Honours Policy Review, and Tracy's here, and Martin's also going to get the opportunity, having led this review, to speak to it. Hi, Tracy.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I'm here to present the report on the City Honours Policy Review, which I will take as read, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, that's nice and easy. Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Gallagher to talk to it first.
Very briefly, there's been a comprehensive review, and the intent, of course, is to bring our City Honours policy into the current century, and also to have a City Honours policy that gives us sufficient flexibility to recognise the significant contributions and achievement in certain fields and in certain ways of our current city of 170,000 people. And there was a small group which I currently lead that sort of worked with Tracy on this particular exercise. I think it is, as read, I think it's fairly clear and consistent, but certainly, obviously, through your worship, delighted if individual members wish to direct questions at Tracy or myself, and obviously acknowledging Natalie's role as well.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I was just looking at the civic awards there. Could I ask through the chair to Councillor Gallagher, this is just for individuals, or can it include organisations, the civic award?
Tracy, we did deal with it. I'll get Tracy just to clarify, because there was quite a bit of discussion on that. I was
trying to remember where we landed
on the
with
way in which we do that.
Certainly. Councillor Market does, Civic Awards now are able to recognise organisations and groups as well, which we'll see in the categories now listed as community champions.
Yeah. Cool. That was my only question. Thanks. Yeah.
Criteria around that, but yes, that's. Any questions from anyone else? No, then would you like to?
Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
hi.
Yeah. Tracy, would it be possible to, we discussed just earlier having Hamilton Kirikiriroa throughout the policy. Is that something we could note, or would that need to be like note in the agenda, or does that need to be kind of
No,
formally at this stage?
Sarah, you make a good point. We can do that without much fuss at all. In fact, Natalie made that change on the basis of the last one too, of the vision statement. So it will be done. It should be done. Is that okay? Just yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Okay, we're into you move.
I'm happy to move the Deputy Mayor, well, sorry.
Oh, Sarah would like to second. Is that okay with you,
Okay,
Jeff?
Sarah, yeah, cool, whatever. Look, I'm happy to move. I won't belabour the point, but again, I guess it's just having an honest policy that honours our heroes in many, many ways, is fit for purpose and has appropriate flexibility for us. And also, we've had a bit of discussion as to some of the way in which civic award ceremonies will be moving forward, because they are extremely special moments. And I've certainly been to funerals where literally, lest we forget, the actual certificate of the civic award is on top of the coffin. And why I say that, I just use that as one example of how deeply felt and deeply appreciated it is. And it's just wonderful that we as a community, via the council and the office of the mayor, say thank you to some of our amazing citizens. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. And I really want to echo and my esteemed colleagues' comments over there. I remember there was a day a while ago, way before I got into politics, and it was Karen and I had been down south, and we were going to move back home. And we were that was our plan. We thought, right, let's do it. We've done with radio. It's time to go. And then there was a flippant letter from Julie Hardacre saying you've been nominated as a civic award, and that changed my life. And I'm not saying that to rub in, Dave, that I got one and you didn't. But what I am saying is that slip through, eh? But what I am saying is that it is a very, very special moment to be recognised by your city. It's an incredible honour, and I just don't forget that we have the ability to nominate people around us for these things. So to make them feel incredibly special. It is an amazing thing. For people like me to get something like that, it is cool, and it is something I would consider putting on my coffin, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you have considered putting stuff on my coffin because I'm just going on so much, so I'll stop.
Thank you.
But yeah.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Southgate. Look, just very quickly, totally endorse Mark and Martin's comments. I think never underestimate how important these are to people. They really do matter a lot, and I want to just thank Councillor Gallagher for leading this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to say something before your right of reply. Can I speak before you have your right of reply?
Apologies.
Thank you. Oh, and Sarah. Okay, so from my own commentary, it was hugely important. Thank you to both you and Tracy, really, for the work that you've done to really refine this. And I know it came from an idea of yours in the beginning about being clearer about how we honour our people. So I appreciate that. It was a really nice piece of work to be involved in. Very upbeat, very rewarding piece of work to be involved in, so I enjoyed it. It's hugely important to me that we honour and recognise our champions and our high performers of the community. And the changes we've been able to make through this process, Martin, have been able to be clearer about how and we recognise people and what they do, including incorporating groups that have been around for a long time doing really great work, but also recognising that those people who've done outstanding, truly outstanding, and become heroes of our city get recognised as well at the highest level. So this gives us greater clarity about how we say thank you for people who their significant contributions, but also how we raise up those people who are just stellar citizens of Hamilton and have left a lasting legacy. So I feel quite excited about this. And Tracy's also working on...
Sorry, I was just trying to work out what his lasting legacy was.
I feel very excited about this and the work that Tracy's also doing in conjunction, and we'll be feeding it, and Martin and I are feeding into with others, around the actual ceremonies and experience as well, so that we have these wonderful occasions where everyone feels proud and everyone wants to be part of it because they're so very special. And you've seen some changes that Tracy has brought about citizenship, those who came to the last one at Claudelands. Really awesome occasion, had a lot of energy and a lot of spirit around it, and I think people were genuinely leaving very, very happy. So we're still doing some work on that. But this is a great piece of work, so all credit to you, Martin, for your leadership, and Tracy for your hard work on this. Appreciate it. Sarah.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Martin and Tracy for the work that they have done, because I also thought it was a really good piece of work and well worded, and I think it's critical that we acknowledge when people go above and beyond within the community as well. I think in there it also acknowledges when people are contributing in a volunteer sense, and they do an outstanding job in that sense. And I think it's these people who are the fabric of our community, and so being able to acknowledge them is not only important but a privilege as well. So thank you again for the work you've done, Martin and Tracy.
Thank you. No. Oh, yes, no, it's just you. Might have replied.
Thank you. I primarily acknowledge the work of Tracy, who's done the absolute groundwork and footwork and some of the nuances, and I want to say that. The other thing too is under special acknowledgement of circumstances, and I don't want to embarrass my colleague, but very years ago, we certainly, this council had, and I think I was MP at the time, acknowledging there was a group of Hamiltonians who went across to do the special build in Sri Lanka, which you and Wilson in this case led. And we were, it was just a good example of how we actually honour our citizens. And there's also various acts of bravery, and there's there's such a myriad of things that we can honour. And I think, with respect to Councillor Bunting, and I just note that in order for you to keep this civic award, you have to be well behaved for the rest of your life. But Mark has very touchingly, in my view, shared with us just how special that moment was for his and his family, and well deserved in terms of that. But just there's the range of things, and what we're hoping that this policy gives the Mayor, particularly the Office of the Mayor, and the Council sufficient flexibility. And look, you can go through tons of examples of incredible Hamiltonians who we've been able to honour, and long may this continue. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank
you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you again.
Thank you.
We're going to go to the item 17, Hamilton Stormwater Bylaw Statement of Proposal, which I know you're going to find as uplifting and as exciting as the last item. Yeah. Just ahead of the presentation and discussion, we've got a mover and a seconder, but please stay. Do you want to make a few?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just happy to take the report as read. It seems like everyone has fully digested it, but if there are any questions, we're more than happy to answer.
Okay. I'm sure they moved and seconded it because they had a high level of confidence in your report.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rob had one before me.
Rob?
Okay. It's just that the consultation period leading into December, do you think that's enough at pre-Christmas time, or how urgent is it to get done before then? Could you keep it open through January and would that make any difference? That's the only question.
I'll probably ask Raven, who is our senior planner, and City Waters, who's been leading the bylaw review, to respond to that.
Just on the premise that the closing consultation in the pre-Christmas period is sometimes proved problematic for people getting stuff done in time.
Yes, well, we were certainly hoping to get this done earlier, and in our view, perhaps just finishing right at the beginning of December would be appropriate. I'm not altogether sure whether, as people kind of go through, sort of leading up to Christmas, up to the 25th, and then over those holidays, whether we would get any more, I guess, feedback on
But
the bylaw.
no, it's more, are we going to do any work between 2nd of December and the 31st of January? Does it make a difference to us? If not, keep it open longer. If we have to get going before Christmas, by all means.
Well, the plan really was to finish the consultation at the beginning of December, and then to analyse what was coming through, and to then at the beginning of the next calendar year to then provide that opportunity for a hearings and engagement.
So it'll
session.
come back to council right at the start of February is pretty much what you're saying.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Well, that would be the only reason to doing it. And if that's what's going to happen, I don't object.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. First question, assuming that, our current financial strategy says that we've committed ourselves to looking after our existing assets, why wouldn't option 1 achieve the same outcome as option 2 if we stay loyal to that financial strategy?
Well, certainly with freshwater reform that's come in through, and also our commitment to Te Ture Whaimana with the Waikato River Settlement Act, we just need to really strengthen up our ability to make sure that what goes into the stormwater network means that we are achieving those objectives as well as our stormwater consent compliance. So there's been quite a bit of change since the last bylaw, 2015, and so we really just want to basically give ourselves more mechanisms, more tools to be able to make sure that what comes out of our stormwater network is not going to, cause us compliance issues with our stormwater discharge consent, and to honour our commitment to Te Ture Whaimana. So we just need a little bit more. The 2015 stormwater bylaw was pretty light-handed, I think, and so now we've been able to have a really good look at it, identify some of those more emerging issues that are coming around I guess, urban intensification, and think, okay, how are we going to manage that? We've also looked at other bylaws that have been a little bit more recent and had a look at how they've responded to some of those emerging issues. So we're sort of looking at alignment with the sub-region, and we think that that's a really good thing.
So it's really the changed compliance rules since last time would be more safely embedded into option 2 than option 1. That's really what your conclusion is. Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. You will hear through the media, a lot of discussion around stormwater and the issues of stormwater.
Yep, we have. Yep. And the other question is just really around the cost. You've quoted there in paragraph 35 that the cost is 64,000. That cost is already the cost for either option, for either of the 3 options. And am I correct in saying that the additional cost in paragraph 35 is only if option 2 is adopted?
So the costs really are based around what it will take, what it's taken to develop a draft stormwater bylaw and take it through to the end of its process. Once we can see, after consultation and further engagement, what other changes are needed to be made to the stormwater bylaw, then we can go away and think about, what additional, I guess, cost there would be. But it would be really around getting some internal systems in place and some processes. For example, stormwater pollution control plans.
Sorry, I was looking specifically at the cost of doing the bylaw rather than the additional cost. I was going to follow that up with the next question.
Okay,
so So the cost of 64,000 is a fixed cost to review the bylaw anyway, is it? And the other 2, is it 2 or 3 that you've mentioned in paragraph 36? That's just the additional cost of doing 2, which is presumably going out to public consultation.
That's right.
Yeah. So what sort of additional costs? Have you got a bit of a feel, you know, that compliance, you know, the additional compliance now that we've got, what additional costs we're likely to be faced with to meet those changes that have happened since 2015?
They will be largely internal systems and processes that we will be putting in place to make sure that we're getting the stormwater, say, pollution control plan, sorry to go back to that example again, but also then to design our systems around, you know, auditing, you know, various private stormwater systems and just making sure that they haven't deteriorated, that they're doing the right job.
So is there a big infrastructure spend to do this in terms of plant and machinery or?
No.
Okay.
No. So one of the other costs would be around education, so which really goes hand in hand with enforcement. So you want to take and start off with that educational approach, and then if that is not successful in changing behaviour, then move into more enforcement, which is where the bylaw really starts to take effect.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
I just want to zero back in on Councillor Mack's point around the timing or the length of consultation of 1 month. Now, notice obviously we don't have the hearings and engagement part of that process till February. Yes. Being very mindful of the volume of work and the right for you to have a thing called a Christmas holiday, is there any, what if we say extended that by a week or, you know, 5 weeks? I'm just wanting to, you know, give people adequate breathing time, because in some cases it will be quite a complex response. What's, you know, being realistic and practical?
I mean, I guess based on the timeframes here, we believe that they are achievable. However, we are quite open to considering a longer period.
So what would be the limit on that? You know, I want to be realistic because I recognise once you get the submissions, you have a heap of work to do before they come off to hearings committee and analysis and all that stuff.
So the only time frame, I guess, that's limiting this whole process, the entire bylaw review process, is a statutory one around 2 years once the bylaw has lapsed. So that, as such, the date of lapsing was back in May, I believe. Right.
Okay. So you know, we get on with it by February 2021. But say we extended that 2nd of December to another week, for example. I'm just trying to give a little bit of flexibility with that. Would that muck you up?
No, not at all.
Okay. I'm wondering if the mover would be prepared to change it to, that'd be the 9th of December, wouldn't it? Right.
Yeah.
You right? Yeah, Councillor McPherson's indicated that he's happy to change that. It's just an extra week.
Mark? The motion is carried unanimously.
Just in respect to Hei Paul Manawa Ora, just looking where it is, staff have got a proposal to they think they can do a better job if it does lay aside, right, for the time being, that we just defer the work on. Is that what you're saying, Julie? No, I was looking at the wellbeing. Right, of course you were. Sorry, you were. We've already done with it. Sorry, we've already done with the Hei Paul. That's already aside. The wellbeing. Thank you. So you want to talk to that briefly, and then I can use a procedural motion to. It is the one we laid aside on the number 14, wellbeing outcomes for Hamilton. Remember, the staff were going to do a little work on it.
Thank
you, Mayor Paula. What we'd like to request is that council actually receives the report. So we change the recommendations in the report to council receives the report, and that council requests staff to bring back further information for consideration at the next council meeting.
Thank you. I also move. Thank you. So that gives us a bit more time to make sure we've got it right. Has everybody understood that? Okay, everyone at home heard that? Perfect. Let's go to the vote. Well, then he's not in the room for this vote. Just pull his card out. Oh. So can you just vote on that? Thank you.
No. He's no longer the golden child. He's not.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Golden haired boy.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And we've got 4 more items, but I do think we need a quick comfort stop. So just a quick comfort stop and bring a drink back, and then we'll go into the last 4 items. Or 6.5. debate because there's a range of views around this. Okay, thank you. Are you going to take it? Are you going to speak to it first, or?
I'm going to take it as read.
Okay, all right. So we're in questions, and then we will allow everyone to have a fair debate. Councillor McPherson, I think you're up first.
Yep, thanks. Firstly, I think it's a pity that this hasn't gone through a committee before coming here. That's the first comment, and I think the same goes for the DC's one as well. I think that's unfortunate because we haven't had the quality of detailed discussion. The question relates to, sorry, I'm just looking for I've got my notes, but not the item up yet. Growth projection, sorry, the paragraphs 9, which talks about the revised upward numbers as a result of the amendment to the NIDIA projection. What date does that number relate to? Because there's been dates mentioned from 30th of June 2018 through till now, or through to the end of September, so I'm not sure which date it refers to.
Yeah, so Stats New Zealand released some population estimates in September.
Yeah,
So
but
that's,
in every other population estimate they've related, whenever they've actually released, and they've related to 30th of June.
yeah, 30th of June, 2019 was the...
2019.
Yeah.
So the actual figure that we're on at the moment will be higher than that by whatever percentage growth we've had.
Yes.
Okay, so that, you see, that's one of my problems with this report. Where it says the executive summary, the chapter heading, is that not just a set of arguments as to why the staff recommendations are right? Because it doesn't actually summarise, does it, the facts that are further on in the document?
If it is, it's not meant to be.
It's not meant to be what?
It's not meant to be a case, it's meant to be an executive summary, but...
Executive summaries normally summarise what's further on in the report, so people can get a snapshot view of them, but this has got a series of arguments about why the staff are right or why they've come to the conclusion, sort of process points.
So just on that, I'll just note, thank you, you will answer the question, but just note that this didn't come, you're right, it didn't have that time to come through that committee, but it did go through a couple of workshops, so we've had, it's not like we've had no conversation, but just making your point.
I agree with that, but note the conversation was cut dramatically short on this subject.
Was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So I've got some quite detailed questions because neither as chair of the committee responsible in this area or on that workshop have I had an opportunity to ask. Sorry, Your Worship. We talk about the Growth Forum. Am I reading this correctly, that the Growth Forum is an internal council organisation made up of senior staff and SLT?
Yeah, it's a group that's been meeting for maybe 6 or 7 years.
Has that ever been run by elected members, the Growth Forum, or we've been advised of that in the past?
No, it's really a clearinghouse for different growth matters, to have some SLT eyes and to have technical people in the room, because often, if you have only one or the other, so it's just a functional staff.
Has there ever been any thought to get the third party in the partnership involved?
It's actually never meant to be replacing the work of committees. I think your point you raised regarding your committee having an oversight on this first would have been the better place for that service to effectively been delivered. And I say service is effectively the growth, whatever we call it, group is a staff function. It's very operational considering the strategic aspects, but it's ultimately the council's decision which way they head. So it should have really gone through an appropriate step.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm asking about the Growth Forum, because it's got capital letters, it's a sort of like it's been elevated to a special group within the council, I see, but it's not something that relates at all to the elected membership.
Yeah, there's many of groups and council staff committees throughout the organisation, some of which feed directly into different parts of the LTP process.
Well, yeah, then the question to you, Mr Chief Executive, on point 6, the Growth Forum being a group of senior council staff and SLT have endorsed the recommended scenario as the best option. That looks like staff have all collectively got together, done some work for 6 or 7 years by the sounds of it, and then presented a fait accompli to us. Is that what's happened?
Actually, to be honest, the not to be disrespectful to staff, my view is that we will endorse a position, but it's ultimately, not even endorse, that's too strong a word, we will consider a position and recommend based on various facts, but ultimately it's the decision of this table which way you go.
Well, surely if we're getting a report from staff, should it not say, here's the staff recommendations, these are the facts on which we rely, rather than this is the group that's had a discussion and in-house group that's had a discussion, and so therefore it must be good?
Well, in my view, it's completely irrelevant whether an in-house group has looked at it or not. It's whether or not the appropriate experts recommending, like usual, comes through to council.
Yeah, so you see, what I'm trying to do is find out the facts on which it relies, not on the group that's discussed it before it got here. So
Okay,
that's.
Is there an answer from staff on the facts on which this relies? How
Okay.
did you come to this conclusion, I guess is the point.
Yeah, and I can see how they came to the conclusion the Growth Forum said it was the right thing. That's the only bit in the report.
I'm trying to help out here, and underneath that, so you had a group of people collectively inputting. How did you come to the conclusion? I think that's what Dave wants, that Nydia Low was the right one through that mechanism.
No, that's not what I was asking.
What are you asking?
I haven't got on to Nydia Low or high, medium or high yet.
So you want to know how the staff have come to their proposal?
Yeah, I'm just checking what the Growth Forum is and what status it's got in this discussion.
It's got no more status than an individual staff member making a recommendation to council.
Yep.
That's status.
Okay.
For the staff. Yep.
Thanks. Now, you've said that those figures we've got in 9 are from June the 30th, 2019. The other information this council has received through its committees, I think, or maybe even the council itself, is that we had a growth rate over the last 2 years of around 2.0 or just above % per year. Elsewhere in this report, you've relied on Nydia Low projections, which have an average of 0.9% population increase over the next, from, I believe, 30th of June this year going forwards, an average. I know it'll be up and down a bit. So on what basis has Nydia said, even though it's been 2.0% up till in the last 3 years, I believe, approximately around that we're going to have less than half the growth rate averaged over the next 23 years?
I don't think that's right, the forecast number you quoted.
I'm sorry, it's in there. I've gone to the Nydia figures from that are elsewhere as well. When you look at the, if you apply I'll refer you to the graph. The graph on number 40 has got Nydia 2020 low, which means their low projections applied to the updated figure that you've got in paragraph 9, that it's the orange dotted line. It comes to about 212,000, which is the current population from that you've put in paragraph 9, with a 0.9% growth rate applied to that every year across those years, and it follows that orange line. So that's where I get the 0.9. It also happens to be the Statistics New Zealand growth rate. There's a bit of a difference of opinion on the starting point, but that's why you've got the two different lines there. They parallel each other, the green and the orange. Your Worship, the part of the reason I'm raising these details is there's a serious amount of challenge to the way the statistics have been handled and presented here, and we haven't had that opportunity. I think this is the wrong place for me to be asking these sorts of questions and having the sort of discussion. I think we should have had an in-depth ability, both in, say, a focus group or whatever, plus maybe a briefing, a longer briefing on this. We had really short briefing, as I said before. I'm trying to question staff as to actually get some rigour behind this, because I can see some illogicalities, some facts that don't support each other. And, you know, staff have just said they think I'm using the wrong figures. I've done the figures today, the arithmetic today.
Okay, so I'm going to allow staff to address that issue for you, how this has been derived, and what figures we should be looking at, make sure we're all clear, and then I'm going to refer to you, Richard, to see whether this does need to be taken aside. We don't want to delay everything. We've got to start moving forward, and we've got to have some robustness for the LTP as soon as possible. So I'm trying to understand, can we get it today or can we not, is the question. So staff, can you please address the concerns that Councillor McPherson has over how the numbers have been derived and how these conclusions have been reached?
Yeah, so, I mean, it can be complicated, but on the other hand, the population projections are generated by expert demographers, and that's where we get the numbers. The numbers are updated based on the most recent information available, and it's done by the demographic experts, and we presume that being professors they have got it right, and we do check them. I don't have much more to say. I have trust in the numbers, and that's my personal estimation of it.
Can I ask councillors just to have a look at the graph, number 40, as presented by staff? Get a ruler or something straight and put it against the population estimates 2018 census based, which is the sort of maroony coloured, browny coloured line, the hard line, not the dotted line. If you extrapolate that out, you can see very quickly that's considerably higher than even Nydia medium. Now, from day one, from this current year, that's illogical. It's not what has happened this year. The evidence that we've been given elsewhere have shown our building permit applications are still tracking at a higher rate than expected, certainly at a higher rate than would lead to this. I know they're not directly related, they're certainly indirectly related though. You know, and I'm not doing this just because I want to trap staff in some arithmetic illogical statements. I'm concerned that if we follow this, we will underestimate, I think, our short and medium term infrastructure needs, and therefore not allocate enough money for them. I can appreciate that long term our population figures may level out. I personally don't think they are, but that's just a thought. I've got no proof of that, but I can see the facts staring me in the face right now about our current growth rate, and this shows us from the year we're sitting in right now slowing down, and that hasn't been the evidence. And I just don't think we're in a position to...
So can I ask then, have you got evidence to indicate that slight dip that's shown on the graph? You've got that from the demographers you've been working with? Are you confident that that is accurate?
Look, I mean, there's such a...
I'm not trying to trick you, I'm just trying to...
I mean, there's a certain level of... you don't get too far, you know, debating particular points because it's such a large body of work, typically. I mean, the big fundamental ones possibly, but I mean, essentially this is our best work. If the council wants to take a common sense view that this isn't high enough growth, regardless of the recommendation, I mean, that's fine. Then, the option is to adopt the Nydia medium and flow that through into the capital program and recost it and take that position. And, it is what it is. That's why we're here today. We've recommended something. I think it's the best fit. It's the most likely. And there's absolutely open for alternative viewpoints or a common sense approach or otherwise. So, that's why we're here. If the council feels that the higher projection's more appropriate, then we go on the high one. So that's just the way I see it.
Could I just make a quick point there as well? I mean, one of the elements of this is that they are projections. And last year, at the end of last year, we had that conversation about growth scenarios and what would happen if things were significantly higher or significantly lower, or we had a black swan event. And then, wouldn't you know it, March came around and we did in fact have one of those events. So I think one of the really important parts of this report is the fact that regardless of where you choose to set this line today, whether it's Nydia low or Nydia medium, if we end up in months to come where the growth projections and what we're seeing on the ground are not matching that growth line, we have the levers and the mechanisms in place to move pretty quickly. So this year you saw us take $65 million out of the CapEx to enable us to, to adjust for COVID-19, but we also have the 6 weekly finance meetings as well, and obviously we go through this process every LTP. But it is for you guys to choose where that line needs to be in terms of the model.
That would be okay if the first part of those dotted lines on the graph on page 40 are actually the current year not the current year, the year we've just finished, 30th of June 2020, and they show, what are the facts for that?
Can I questions are fine, but let's not get into it.
No, that's what I'm saying. There should be another at least 12 months worth of evidence or intelligence.
Can I respond to that? Yeah. So when this report was written, like a month ago, I believe, the 2020 population estimates were not available, which I think have just been released today, this morning. So that's why that line doesn't show a solid line. So, and remember that these projections have taken account for the COVID effect, which means that the associated border closures. So the information that has been released by Stats New Zealand today show that about 3/4 of Hamilton's growth in people is international net migration. Now, if our borders are closed, that means that that growth essentially goes away, which means that we're...
there's some other evidence of that in your own graph. Graph 46 shows that in 2020 there was a jump to the highest net immigration we had, and the figures that we've had around, this is nationwide, because you don't have them locally, I understand that, but we know that we had this big population influx
we're not, Dave,
in COVID.
Dave, we're lapsing into debate. I know you feel very passionate about this. I just want to get clarity through questions, and we will allow for debate. We don't want to go back and forth in an argument with staff.
Just asking councillors and the staff to look at their own graph of 46 showing both domestic and the natural increase in the net migration.
Can I respond to that point?
Yes, you may.
So again, information from Stats New Zealand show that we averaged nationally net migration 300 people a month since the border closure, and that compares to 21,000 over the same period last year. So that's information from Stats New Zealand.
So I would like to...
Graph here. This doesn't show that.
I would like to take some questions from others as well, and then we can come back. But let's hear what concerns other councillors too. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is, given that you guys are statisticians, that council has gone out and brought in independent expert advice from the university, from statistics and any other organisation, as well as Councillor Dave has alluded to, all of the other information that we have available to us, such as housing permits and consents and so forth, and bearing in mind that today you got the statistics report, which to some extent updates some of the projections that you had in here.
That's right.
Are you still comfortable that Nydia low is as you've recommended in the report, is still the appropriate growth model for us to be considering as we move into the adoption of the long-term plan?
Yes, again, given the uncertainties of the COVID pandemic and what that means on migration.
Okay.
I think also to be helpful, I mean, if you want to look at one thing, you know, at the most simple level, we try and project how many houses how many households or dwellings are going to be coming over the longer term, because that's your principal driver of infrastructure, right? There's non-residential, there's a whole lot of other things, but you know, if you're going to boil it down, it's that. And Nydia Low in the last 2 years was higher than the actual rate of growth in the construction boom. So I mean, if you want to look at one thing, you go Nydia Low was too high over the last couple of years. So I would take that as a useful piece of information in deciding whether to jump up 20% higher to Nydia Medium. And as I said, the council can do that, and you just wash that through your projections. I'm just saying, based on what happened in the last couple of years, I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm not looking at one, though. I'm asking you to have...
Nydia Medium is not 20% higher than Nydia Low. If you look at the orange and blue dotted line, so that's factually incorrect. That's not 20% difference. You know, I'm just... I think, you know, if we're getting an answer from staff that says that, I have a problem that about the information we're getting overall.
It's 27% less.
Let's just carry on with the questions for this point.
Not what the graph shows.
Yes, it is. I've taken it from the graph.
Excuse me, councillors, let's just stick to the questions at this point
Yeah,
in
well,
time.
I'm still in the process of asking my
I
questions.
understand that.
Yep. So I wasn't, in case you might have misread my question, I was trying to bring all of the factors in to how you've arrived at your recommendation, not just one, Greg, which was the household. Given that when we did the 2018 long-term plan, we all saw, all the councillors sitting around the table at that stage, saw that we were either in or heading towards some quite significant growth in the city, whether it was international migration or local migration, and it was birth and so forth. Could we overlay that graph onto the graph that you've done for the next 10 years, just to see where Nydia Low sat 3 or 2.5 years ago as to where it's currently being projected in the graphs that you've got in paragraph 40?
So it's in figure 2. The dotted green line is the 1828 LTP.
Oh, sorry, have I missed that?
Page 187.
Hang on.
I mean, basically they're the same, except the update has the COVID dip. So you want to look at orange and green.
I see it. So there's not. Okay. So Nydia Low is actually higher than. Oh well, the population would have gone up anyway. So are those graphs? I'm thinking here of the arithmetic around the graphs. Would that have been because we've got a higher population? Yeah. Do we go back and readjust the population? Just what I'm looking at is trying to sense whether we're growing any faster now in that 20-year period than we thought we were going to grow in 2018, given the events and the time change between the two long-term plan decision timeframes.
So the long-term view hasn't changed, and there's been an adjustment for short-term impacts of COVID, I think, hopefully is the answer. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm just seeing whether or not we thought we were growing faster in 2018 than we think we're growing at the moment with COVID and...
We think we're going to grow at about the same pace, but for the next 2 years, because of the border closures, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there? I asked the question this morning of Thomas Gibbons because they felt that Nydia Low was, in fact, not the right basis on which for us to project growth, and I asked about what evidence they might have. Are there any other areas of evidence, reliable evidence, that we could draw upon that would confirm or otherwise the thinking that we've got in this report from Nydia and Statistics Department?
Well,
I'm thinking of that as a check, not to suggest that these guys are wrong, but as a reliable check on what we've currently got.
Well, sure. I mean, the main providers who could do that is Statistics New Zealand, Nydia, and there are other groups who do projections of sorts like Infometrics. So it's a short list. But I think it's a bit of false hope trying to find someone to validate a projection model. It's kind of like having a climate change model and saying, I need a different climate change model to validate my climate change model. Like, you know, just there's a, you know...
So it's like
at some level,
opinion shopping, perhaps?
Well, to some extent, it's always fiction to the extent that it's in the future. So, you know, there is a certain sort of, you know, faith element. You have to, you know, you do all the projections and all the models. It's like a weather model. I mean, they're getting better and better at it, but let's not pretend we can predict the weather. So, you know, I'm fully aware that there's a variety of things that make it uncertain, but you're just trying to order the things that you can comprehend and test them, and are they rigorous, and do they have the, you know, and then you compare it to reality, like what's actually happening with consents and what's actually happening with this, that, and the other thing. And then we've done an options analysis, so we've gone through a series of criteria for all the different providers, and on balance, you know, we end up where the recommendation is. It doesn't in any way say that that's bang on. You know, what it says is that there's, you know, a set of things happening, and how can I filter my way through them and come to some conclusion, you know, that I can say, okay, I can stand behind that as far as a projection as compared to what I'm seeing in the real world as well. And so, you know, and Councillor McPherson's right about a number of things. I mean, there are anomalies and things that wouldn't fit with the theory of the recommendation, because the recommendation is trying to do something long-term and all-encompassing. So of course it, you know, so of course it won't agree with every observation. But as I said, look, we have done a lot of work on it. It is our recommendation, and you know, there it is.
Okay. Any further questions? Because I have some more from other people.
Yeah, just one last question. If we get it wrong and we underestimate the population growth, what is the downside for us in terms of how quickly, and I'm thinking, how quickly we could instigate and implement the necessary infrastructure that might be needed to respond to the growth figures that presumably have ended up higher than what we estimated.
And I think in 47 to 50 in the report, there's some good short sentences there just explaining the level of responsiveness that council has, and it does have responsiveness. You know, you've got you've got your council you can make immediate decisions as required, you know, through your annual plan and through your long-term plan, but also in your you know, your finance meetings. Not only that, you remember that the council, the city doesn't use its capacity up in the space of a year, or you know, whether growth is higher or lower. I mean, these assets and the forward planning that the Chris Allens of this world doing are 5, 10, 15 years in the future. So it's not something that just comes upon you immediately. You know, it's something that you need to continue to get right, so you're always in a good strategic position. But I think the answer to how dire would it be if the growth was significantly faster over 2 years is with the mechanisms in place and the fact that you would be able to you'd re-look at those growth projections at your next annual plan. Like, I would be pretty confident that, you know, the council's resilient to that. And we did a report around that late 2018. And I know Richard's, you know, you fed into that just around the level of nimbleness that council has, like relative to what it's doing around, you know, building big infrastructure. And I think we found that, yeah, you know, you can be reasonably confident that you could deal with a change in the pace of growth.
Okay, I'd like to move to some other
thank you, Chair.
Sarah's got a question, then I have, and then Martin has. Sarah.
Thanks, Greg. I've just got a few quick questions. One is around the census. So my understanding is it's still based on the 2013 census, but with some considerations to some more recent data. When do you expect we would actually get, when do you expect the 2018 census will, I guess, be in a state that it will be useful? And will we get updated kind of projections at that point?
Yes, so the 2018 census was a little bit of a shambles, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're progressively releasing data sets to us, and we've got a good chunk of them in terms of population. The household data sets are still being released, I believe. And in terms of feeding into a new set of projections, they will be available in March next year at this stage. So we'll be able to probably take those into our next annual plan.
Okay, and so to what extent are we disadvantaged by not having that more up-to-date census data and having that, I guess, more complete?
It's mic not working. It's a really rich source of data, and I mean it's not just growth projections. In fact, you can probably go along okay on the growth projections because they're coarser, but the rich information they can provide for community planning, for for social initiatives, for infrastructure planning, financials. I mean, there's so many things that the census provides, and ultimately, when you get into data, just so often the paths lead back to the census and statistics. So I'd say it's a real shame, and hopefully they get it out soon. And we are missing out on a lot, I would say.
Yeah. Okay. But for this particular, particular exercise, your view is that it's still fairly robust using what we've got with that 2000. I mean, we don't have a choice, but regardless, it's still fairly robust, relying on that 2013 census.
It's helped because as far as head count goes, we've got the numbers are coming through with head counts, and so it's a case of updating the baseline, which we can do now with the more recent information, and from that point on, it's your expectations of the rate of growth, and that's what the long-term model does. So not ideal, but yes, I'd say it's still relatively robust.
Okay, and so in terms of just some clarification around historical accuracy, where it's noted in the table, it talks about the accuracy for households. And so it says for medium low, it says households high. So essentially that's saying that the accuracy was high, and that over time it's shown that it's been very accurate for households. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah, it's illustrated in paragraph 43, below 43, figure 2. So you can see the green line, basically hitting the mark on 18 and 20 and being above by 100 odd houses in the intervening year, which in the world of projections is, I would call, pretty accurate.
Okay. And you found, and last question is, what is more risky, I guess, for us? Because, if you have, Jen has said, if we find that, we need to change course, we can. Is it harder to I guess, pull things back or to ramp things up? And if we are, I guess, over, working on an assumption that's too high, what ultimately is the risk to council?
So I think it is, all things being equal, it is harder to ramp up than pull back. It just practically, if you need contractors, staff, roads, contracts, etc. So that's my non-expert view of road building. And deferring and slowing things down is potentially easier. But I mean, I probably need someone with a bit more
Greg,
knowledge of that to support me.
On the basis that I'm more knowledgeable than you.
Yes, you are, so
infrastructure
go for it,
matters.
yes.
I'm going to channel my inner Chris Allen, because he's actually covered this on a number of occasions, that a really good example of this is what happened a couple of terms ago when significant brakes were put on the program. It takes time to start these programs up again and get to the point where we're putting enough infrastructure in the ground to deliver on the growth needs. So the demand will switch on and off really quickly, but it's much harder for us to move our program. It's easy for you to say, stop, we're not going to build those anymore. So it is definitely harder to start the boat up again.
Okay, thanks, Jen. And just the second part of that question around, I guess, the risks if we over estimate kind of growth.
Well, the obvious one is you will push higher expectations of growth into your infrastructure models, which will then require significantly more investment in infrastructure to take account of it. So I think Councillor McPherson's right. I think it was 15% higher, not 20, on the medium to low projection. But if you're going to need 15%, to service 15% more development, it's going to be expensive. We know that capital expenditure is expensive. So, and I guess, and we I shouldn't, is in our team as the analytics, we shouldn't be thinking about what are the cost implications of a growth projection, because obviously that's the council's job and the other team's job. But I am aware of the fact that, if we had significantly higher growth projections with consequential infrastructure requirements, then that would put pressure on the balance sheet.
So to be absolutely clear, an increased growth line doesn't necessarily always relate to increased infrastructure. What it relates to is when we invest in that infrastructure, because we realise when the infrastructure team does its estimates of growth, it doesn't build a kit exactly for the growth in that year. It builds a kit that has effectively a surplus requirement. So the growth line goes like this. Sorry, Sarah and Kesh can't see my hand. The growth line is pretty much a straight line-ish, whereas the infrastructure line, in terms of the capacity it unleashes, is almost stepped, and it goes up. So the challenge of picking which line is only half of the battle. It's the engineers that have to decide how they're going to reflect that growth and whether or not they absorb some of the capacity in existing networks and delay it, or whether they actually over-deliver it. There's never a sweet spot. So by increasing up to the next line, what it will technically do is require the team to look at when they invest. It'll probably bring some of the items forward, and it predominantly would probably ultimately result in more intensive infrastructure at the back here of the 10-year plan in terms of when they have to undertake that additional infrastructure as well. So it's a balanced situation. On the flip side, which I know that's the next report in terms of development contributions, because of that lumpy nature of where the investment's required and the way we set our development contributions, it effectively could have the impact of increasing our DCs as well, because effectively the growth line goes up marginally, but to meet the long-term impact over the life of the asset, the infrastructure goes up even more significantly, but we can only take 30 years per DC policy in terms of covering the cost of that development contribution. So there's a whole lot of key messages. It's really complex, and it requires a degree of nuance. What I can say is the Nydia Low effectively has, from our perspective, we recommended it. Council always has the ability to take Nydia Low, Nydia Medium, or a variation, at 17%, they could do 105% of Nydia Low based on some risk assessment, should they believe there's other items that haven't been considered, like, for example, the impact if Ruakura goes faster than we intended in terms of bringing jobs to the community. The elected members can state that. All I do recommend is, though, from a robustness perspective and ensuring that our ultimate models are robust from any particular challenge, is whatever we determine to use has good logic behind it. Now, the best logic is behind Nydia Low, and that makes sense. Next best logic is behind Nydia Medium. If you choose to take another line, we just need to make sure we document what the logic is behind that as well, because that's where we will be unpicked later on when we come to work out our units in demand and how we divide that by growth. It'll just become a bit of a mess.
Okay, let's move through the questions. I did want to ask
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. I've got a few more questions popping up now. I did want to ask, Richard, from your perspective, you're saying the staff are recommending Nydia Low, we can make some small adjustments to that, if politically there's will to do that. But your view as Chief Executive, your advice to us, you have good confidence in the information that staff have bought and how it's been obtained? I just want to be straight up.
I mean, it's independently provided statistical information that's been our reference point for a number of years, so I have confidence in it, yes.
So you would,
Yep.
you would
Well, we
support
can't,
all this?
yes, but Nydia Low.
All right, okay.
2013, 14.
Okay, well, that was just my question. It was quite straightforward. I just wanted to hear what the Chief Executive had to say on that.
I'm a risk-averse accountant.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I'm just, be patient with me. I'm just intrigued with our governance process, because I obviously thought in my historical experience, council was for stuff that, stuff had been through committees. And I think this is the classic example where the discussion we're having now is very much the Strategic Growth Committee and workshop and EM, and I'm just trying to work out from it, it's an open question between the Mayor and the Chief Executive. In terms of determining agenda items, it just seems to me this stuff logically should have gone somewhere to the strategic growth, and I know I'm not sure how much we workshop this, because I'm just aware of the huge time we are taking.
It has workshopped a number of times. Councillor McPherson was right, though. Some of these workshops ended up crimping the time for some of this discussion, and that has happened with quite a few topics. And I do believe that the appropriate place for the initial debate in terms of getting right into the details probably sits better with the Strategic Growth Committee then rather than full council.
Jen.
And I would agree the challenge has been that the LTP timeframe for this is really, really tight, and we needed to get these to you. So that was why I came to this meeting.
And presumably you would have.
With all due respect, that wasn't even consulted with me and Ryan.
No, fair enough.
That decision, so.
Well,
And the meeting's only on the 12th of November.
Well, fair enough, we'll come to that. And that is an opportunity just to point out that anybody can make a procedural motion to put it to the 12th of November.
Well, I'll make one now, Your Worship. A procedural motion that the item be deferred to the Strategic Growth Committee on the 12th of November, that in the meantime staff organise workshops with elected members.
I'd like to have been able to finish my sentence before that.
You said last time I can be moved at any time.
You can, but you're not to interrupt somebody who's speaking, and I was speaking, and I just want to finish what, as you had read from the standing orders before. Let me just finish the options so it's fair and square for everyone. You can do that, Dave, and you may well do that as soon as I finish speaking. My question to staff around that would be, we just need to be clear of the implications of that. We can move it to the 19th. Obviously, what's going to change between here and there. The other thing we can do is to let this dialogue run out, the questions, and put it to political test. You either have confidence in what's currently being suggested by the staff, or you make a different recommendation. That's another way, or we just accept the recommendation of staff. So we do have a little bit of movement in here. That was what I was going to say. But before we go anywhere else, I just want to, if there was a procedural motion to move this, what would the, if any, the negative implication of that be?
Well, I'll move that procedural motion, Your Worship, now that you've finished.
Okay, so it's been...
Am I allowed to second that?
No, if it's been put, it's been put.
Can I read it out again, though, because since we stopped halfway through, or someone read it out?
My understanding is you want to have this item sent to the Strategic Growth Committee on the 12th of November for and suitable briefings established prior to then.
Sorry, a briefing?
And briefings prior to then.
Prior to then, yes. Organised between elected members and staff.
So hang on a minute, I know I'm entitled just to make sure that the process is sound. That's the only questions around the legislative process and any risk to that. Not debating the topic. So can staff please answer the question, would there be a material risk in any way for this to come back to the 12th of November? Or in terms of legislative...
I'm sorry, Your Worship, understanding orders, you can't ask that sort of question.
Sorry, Dave, I actually can and was informed by governance to that effect right here.
Well, can we have the standing orders checked? There's to be no debate or discussion once it's moved.
Becca will be happy to talk to you about the standing orders and the advice I was given.
So there is a provision under procedural motions that chairperson must respond to any questions regarding.
I can't hear you, Becca.
Sorry. There is a provision under procedural motions that the chairperson must respond to any questions regarding the member's obligations under legislation. So my view is that...
Under legislation?
Yes.
Okay, so it can be legislative, not the question from the mayor was material, which is different.
Timelines.
My view was that the mayor was asking questions around risk to council.
No, but, that says legislation and what you've just read out. But
I think risk would fall under legislation in my view.
Look, I respect staff, and when I'm given advice, I'm going to take it. So I'm just asking in terms of the risk. One simple question, and we'll go to the procedural motion. Is there a material risk, Richard? Because I foresee, well, I won't go there. Is there a material risk?
I don't necessarily know how to spoke. Jen?
So the risk is to the long-term plan timeline, and just in terms of modelling the infrastructure requirements. So we have a capital program to bring to you in a couple of weeks to talk through. If you see growth being significantly higher than that and requiring significantly more investment, we will need to redo that. And I'm just not sure how much time that would take the team.
Sorry, Jen, that's not necessarily a legislative risk. So ultimately, yeah, so basically there is no legislative reason to have this report in front of us today. There is a timetabling reason to have it in front of us today, and as a response, the organisation will have to adapt should this procedural motion go through to ensure we meet our statutory deadlines.
Okay. Dave, you've made a procedural motion, you've got a seconder.
Yeah.
I can test it, you've had the advice from staff. We'll go to the vote.
Can I get those on Zoom?
So on Zoom, we haven't got Councillor what? Forsyth or Thompson. Margaret? Yes or no is fine. Are you frozen, Margaret?
Sorry, I had it on mute. What was the question for? Sorry.
We're procedural motion, whether to put it to carry on with the debate today or to put it to the 19th.
Okay, yeah, I'd say yes from me.
A yes, tick.
The motion is carried. 7, 4, 8, 4. 4 against. Dissenting, we have Councillor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Taylor, Mayor Southgate and Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. Okay, so that goes back. If we can just make sure that any relevant, most recent statistics is incorporated into that next discussion.
So it is the 12th, isn't it?
12th.
Yeah, correct. Correct.
It would be useful, as just a suggestion, because there's a lot of churning back and forth in this, and I could only see it being repeated on the 19th in the same a similar sort of way, unless we get to grips with this. Maybe a drop-in session, Jen, with a drop-in session where people can really lean over the figures and, okay, I think that would advance us. Otherwise, I see us having the same political churn on the next thing. Okay, thank you. So, I've got all discombobulated now, but which item we're on? Thank you. We're now going on to, I'm sure this one will be absolutely straightforward, because we're going on to the Development Contributions Policy. And just to alert you, councillors, that there is a motion that is similar to the staff motion with a slight amendment that has been proposed by Councillor Wilson and seconded by, by Deputy Mayor Taylor. And we'll get that up, just so you have it in your consideration. You might just want to... It's coming.
It would be the motion.
It will be the motion, because nobody else has put anything else yet, and that's already in. So someone can, of course, move the staff motion as a amendment, or not, but it may just help the discussion, right? So there's an additional... Oh. So,
2 sentences explain it.
yeah, so councillor Wilson, just in factual terms,
Factual
explain
terms?
that, because we haven't had that item.
It removes the DC incentive or reduction in Frankton, but it adds a incentive for 6 floors and above in the CBD
Is that
to 100%.
clarity, the CBD being the broader district?
The
or-
currently defined CBD as already enshrined and is relevant to the current DC. So I'm not changing I'm not changing that. I'm just relying on what was already there.
Okay, let's now have some presentation by staff and some questions, and then we'll look at this again, and it may be that we can take it in parts, or it may be that someone prefers to put the staff recommendation up, but let's start there anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the report as read, but I'll make several introductory comments before taking questions. Firstly, a correction. Recommendation B, Roman 2, should say to 30 June 2024. That's just fallen off. So this report seeks approval to develop options for a draft development contributions policy 21/22 for public consultation in March, April next year. Decisions today will direct policy development but do not represent final decisions for the policy and are subject to the council budget deliberations in November, December, where draft development contribution charges and more detailed financial analysis will be available. A brief summary of options is presented in this report, and I just want to lift them out just quickly, seeing as they're sort of the focus. So today, recommended in the report is social housing provisions, extend the CBD remission, begin charging for community infrastructure projects, and a Frankton area remission. And then in addition, we've just seen a high-rise amendment, and then the Urban Design Advisory Panel remission. After looking at that, that's not been recommended. So I'm happy to take questions on these and any other matters.
Thank you. Can I don't normally start with questions, I usually wait till the end, but can I just ask about the Frankton one? Because on the basis, as you would have heard the public forum this morning, and I hadn't really considered Frankton, but I'd like to understand what the rationale for Frankton was.
Sure. Maybe I'll kick that off, and Stafford's been working in the detail here. Broadly, basically, the recommendations that we've included, the options that we've considered were options that we gathered from briefings that elected members put forward. So I guess one question is, have we got all of the initiatives that the council want, and have we got them right? So we did double back in the last briefing to check, so those should reflect elected member wishes, and if they don't, then now's a good time. And Stafford, do you want to explain sort of the rationale and the structure?
Sure. So the area defined, it's a little bit hard to define an area when you're not following another council policy. So the district plan is always a good place to look for that, or something like a neighbourhood plan. But because those policies didn't quite align with what we heard from elected members, we decided to try and define the area on a map here. The area is adjacent to the CBD, which is what we heard. We're looking to that the CBD remission was a good piece of policy, and would like to extend that incentive to areas adjoining the CBD, and in particular Frankton. And we encircled the area where residential development might happen, as opposed to industrial development. So that was seen as a good place to draw the boundary. With this type of policy, you always get a question on where the boundary is drawn. Obviously, if you're within the boundary, you'd be quite happy. And if your property is outside the boundary, you would like the boundary extended to include your property.
So, sorry, I did miss the council discussion that wrapped I know it's very close, it's over there, but you could also argue that the other part, the part of Apoya area is also just over there as well. Just, I missed the discussion about Frankton and why I know there's a lot of high density development going on there at the moment. There's a lot of interesting potential in the pipeline, but I missed that. So where did that conversation about Frankton originate?
So my recollection of the briefing, we started off discussing the council's, there was, a wish to increase infill development, but quality infill development, and using the development contributions policy to have some economic incentive to encourage infill development. We talked about the metro spatial plan areas, because I think ultimately that's where this heads, is when you have a metro spatial plan and you have public transport corridors and you have, and you can increase your density around there. And I'm not a planner, but my understanding is that's sort of the direction to go, is probably when that district plan amendment lands, then you can attach some your DC provisions to incentivise that. But seeing as we don't have that yet, the discussion was, well, what are good options that we've got? One of them is your residential intensification zones, and we've had remissions on those in the past, and there's also been some concern about the, I guess, them getting cluttered, or just the design elements of them, from what I've heard. And then the discussion was, Frankton, is Frankton an option? And so that's how we came away with it. So it, of course, doesn't preclude us looking at any other options. It's one of those things where it's, here's the test case, here's something we heard, direction from, but yeah, as I said, these are not...
It was more to do with the principle of node in a city development near the CBD, and it's a significant node than Frankton itself, was it? Just, I'm not trying to be difficult there either. I just don't recall Frankton being discussed in anything I was involved in, but that's not to say it didn't get discussed.
Yeah, it did get raised. And I think you're right. It was about appropriate places to do this where we want some more growth, so proximate to the CBD, and some of those other characteristics that we've mentioned. And so that was chosen. But as I said, we can investigate other ones, and that was just the one that came up.
Thank you. One other question. Does that include, therefore, both sides of the West Town Belt relative to the CBD? Like if you were expecting things like Parkhaven to continue alongside and other types of development alongside the Greentown Belt, the West Town Belt?
So the other side of the West Town Belt would fall in the CBD area.
Yep.
So that's captured already.
Captured already, okay.
If you were to proceed with the CBD remission.
Okay, because I quite like that idea. But okay, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor's next, I think.
Yeah, thank you. At that sort of workshop we had about it, there was quite a strong desire, I picked up anyway, from elected members to encourage developers to go to the urban design panel.
Yes.
And there was discussion there about linking that with the DC policy in terms of, some sort of remission being the lever that we pulled to do that. I just I haven't quite got my head around why you're recommending against that.
Yeah.
That's part one of the question. Part two of the question is, if we don't use the DC remission as our lever, what other levers could we use that would be effective to encourage them to go through the urban design panel?
Yeah, sure. I like the idea, and when we first discussed it, in principle, can we get more people into the urban design panel and use a current policy to incentivise that? And that's where we started from. And then I think there's, Stafford will explain it because he did a bit of a deeper dive, but I think part of the thing that made it start to give a bit of concern is that you have an urban design panel which is voluntary and has experts and agencies, architects, etc. coming in, and it's sort of a voluntary encouragement thing, and then you're potentially introducing a problem if you're hanging a financial policy off it with financial incentives, and is that something the council wants to do? And again, with these things, if the council wants to do it, you can do it. But our view that we wanted to express was that we had some concern that might just compromise basically that kind of ethical flavour or whatever it is that the Urban Design Panel has, being voluntary and tapping into those resources. And Stafford, you...
I might, I will just take the second part of your question. So Thomas Gibbons alluded to that earlier today. The Property Council very, very interested in having more of a conversation about what that could look like. And Colin Hattig at the back is actually currently working on that with the Property Council and with the Urban Design Panel in terms of what levers they can pull and what we can do to give them more teeth. So that is a piece of work that is underway at the moment and will be coming to a briefing near you soonish. I'm not quite sure if that's been scheduled yet, but that is a piece of work that is looking at what are our options from incentives, from a consenting process, how do we make sure that they have got a little bit more leverage than they do now.
Okay.
And can I just add to Jen's comment that, just wait for the MC to give me the noise. This is something that doesn't affect anything financial in the policy, and so I mean you could consider this through, and just prior to consultation, you could add that into the policy, and do the work. So I don't think this is certainly something we could take a bit more time to talk to, the people who are involved and invested in that group and make sure that it's kosher. So I don't think there's any urgency to. Okay. And I've got an open mind. I mean, we recommend just being conservative, I guess. But
Okay, thank you. Very, very quick supplementary question. Did you get any? Is this based on some sort of legal advice, or is it just, the staff's feeling? And secondly, are any other cities or councils around the country using DCs to try and get a better urban design outcome with that sort of carrot and stick approach?
I haven't received legal advice on this. Just one other element to why it could be problematic to introduce is that to leverage good design outcomes, the Urban Design Panel needs to have input early in the process, and the statutory triggers behind development contributions come quite late in the process. So it might be not effective to send developments to the Urban Design Panel when they're further through the process. So if we put a requirement that they go through this process, they get right before lodgement, they do some sort of cursory Urban Design Panel work, which they don't have any opportunity to implement because they've already proceeded their development. I don't want to send extra work to the design panel that doesn't achieve any outcome. And then second to that, the Urban Design Panel being voluntary is what I'm hearing is a really strong reason why it's been successful. Going to the Urban Design Panel with an open mind and hearing advice and going away and trying to better your development has been a really collaborative process, whereas if we put a financial incentive on that, it will drive people there to hear the advice and then leave. I'm not saying that they won't go away and maybe make changes, but it's just a different use of the design panel in that sense. And to the second part of your question, I did a relatively deep dive on council policies on development contributions about 18 months ago, and I'm not aware of any design features that are in those policies.
Okay, thanks guys. Thanks, Ms. Southgate.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
And it was good to hear your comment, Greg, just before that we don't have to lock it in today, like there is a time during the LTP process. But because my question was sort of relate, I look at the table there on page 192, our page, your paragraph 9, and I'm wondering, okay, each of them I can see the reasons for, but what strategy are we following? Why Frankton and not Hamilton East or some other inner city parts? I don't need the answer to that now, but I'm just saying, is this just a little group of ad hoc possibilities that you've made a call on with your recommendations, or is there some strategy that's underlying this? And you sort of mentioned a little bit in your mind that having inner city development was good.
So these are elected member suggestions. So the ideas are not ours, the recommendations are ours. So these are the things that we distilled out of the briefings. So
But there's no overlying strategy that we're following by introducing them in these areas and not other areas, for instance.
Yeah, based on the discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, no, that's not true. I mean, the discussion was that firstly, in order to have some robustness in your policy, you want to attach provisions in your DC policy to your council, the pillars, like the district plan, or so you want to do that for robustness, and so that presented a bit of a challenge because we're looking at a district plan review. So we were thinking perhaps this is an interim measure until that happens and you get another DC policy. So that provided some limitations, and then. And then, as I said, we took the stronger suggestion, which is Frankton. And look, I mean,
was it strongest or just loudest?
Greg, if I might, so the request was to bring back these options to go into this initial part of the conversation around the DC policy. There is another, we are bringing the DC policy back again to council in December, once we've had these conversations and had some initial engagement around these things. But I think what you'll also see in here is a focus on the CBD. Some of the things that have been talked about a lot from a housing strategy perspective, but to Greg's point as well, and Frankton might be a good example of this, the NPSUD is going to drive us toward a conversation about density and the right areas in a cohesive and strategic way. We can then use that to guide the DC policy, and then it has a strategic lens.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to get this question in before I have to leave, which brilliant. The issue, there was another issue raised at that meeting, but it didn't get much time for discussion, but it's been raised several times. It's in the Metro Spatial Plan discussions, is supporting or acknowledging discounting development in the area of transport corridors and transport nodes, and that's not in here at all. So I'm wondering how come Frankton got in there and others that have been raised through several processes not in there. But maybe that can be covered in the second round, but having a round of specific points covered now and a round later, isn't that a bit very ad hoc?
Look, you want it to be as less ad hoc as you can. So we did talk about the Metro Spatial Plan, and we talked about those areas, and the discussion amongst the elected members was that because those didn't exist and that it was better to attach them to current things, that's why those were decided would be later. So it's not that we've ignored them or whatever. My understanding of the discussion, given that, I don't have a horse in the race, so we were just literally trying to distill, the ideas, and that was my recollection from the briefing. And look, just one...
Sorry, could I ask one more question, because I have to go, even though... that is, if we didn't pass this today, for instance, or put it to the next meeting or whatever, there's still going to be the same CBD remissions are going to continue regardless.
Yeah. Look, I mean, there still needs to be a resolution on it. What I would say is...
well, sorry, can you answer the question?
Sorry, ask it, yep. Will the CBD remission...
No matter what we do today, the CBD remissions we've currently got, unless we kick them out, completely, actually vote to kick them out, they're in place now.
But they expire on the 30th of June 2021.
So we've got, okay, thanks. So we've got until then, until the end of our LTP discussions to confirm, continue, or whatever.
Correct.
But if we're having a discussion in December, they will still be on the table and happening at that point.
Yep, and as you're dashing off, I should say that one important thing to keep in mind is that developers really value certainty, and so the better we are at landing on some certainty on different provisions or directions, is well received by them. So while we can, theoretically keep sort of chipping away up until right before consultation, that's fine. We can keep developing things, but the better we can be at providing some certainty. And so say if we lock in 5 of these, and then we can go away and do modelling and get budgets and go to developer groups and say, right, we said yes on this and we're waiting on this, that's the kind of thing they appreciate. So I think we should keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, but my question was about the existing one that we've got, in this area? It's the only one we've got, isn't it?
It's not going anywhere, yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Sarah?
Thank you. First, a question around, I also had a question around Frankton, and it was kind of whether some of these areas that have been outlined would be well connected to alternative transport, because I think ultimately it would be better if we were linking, I guess, having that more density in areas where people do have those options. So did you do any analysis around, you know, the walkability, bikeability, busability of those, of that area?
We did not consider the accessibility of Frankton.
Okay. And would it, an alternative, like I guess, be how, because I know that it's important to have some simplicity and certainty when it comes to the DC policy. Would it create too much uncertainty to have something like, you know, which essentially looked at distance to key locations, walking, biking, or something along a key bus stop as an example, so a key bus route like the Comet as an example?
What it does is it makes the policy more convoluted, and then you have to be wary of challenge. Someone who's 501 metres away from something, you know, is put off because they don't receive the benefit of something the person next to them is. I mean, and the short answer is you can kind of do what you want, but the more measurements and complications and stuff, the trickier it becomes, because then you have to create new catchments and new charges for each type of category and everything else. So I think there's a bit of a balance to be struck. Yeah.
Okay. So, in your view, how would we kind of bring together the idea of having some certainty, but also ensuring that we maximise the potential to, I guess, get people using those alternative forms of transport? Because otherwise, if we're getting lots of density in these areas but not providing a safe, you know, or convenient or attractive alternative, then we'll be getting more cars parked on the road and that kind of thing, which is what we're, I guess, wanting to avoid longer term.
Councillor Sarah, it's Jen. So this, what you're talking about is exactly the work of the MPSUD heading into the next 18 months around the plan change, and laying down that strategic framework is going to enable you to understand what is needed in each of those areas and build a capital program that will deliver to it, and off that capital program we levy DCs.
Yeah.
So that will be next LTP though, that we kind of have that ready to go. Is that right?
Yes.
You want to be mindful too that the DC policy ultimately is to recover capital costs from growth. So, you know, that's the purpose of the policy. So we're going to be a little bit wary of steering, you know, trying to incentivise things that is sort of outside of that scope. Just something to be wary of, I guess. That ultimately this is a capital cost recovery tool, and we should align it with that.
I guess my thinking was more that we want to make sure it's in areas which are accessible to start with.
That makes sense. I say, yep. So if it's something that you've considered to make something an area more attractive to incentivise, then yes, having something that directly incentivises cycling might be sort of outside of DC scope.
Yeah. No. Okay, and so in terms of, I guess, reporting back to us, I would be interested, if this option does go forward, I would be interested in just having a little bit more information about maybe what possibilities could be there in terms of ensuring that it is an appropriate place in the short term to be encouraging lots of density. The other thing is the lake and the impact of further intensification on the lake, and also the gullies, like the Waitāwhiri Gully, a few of these properties back onto that. And I just wonder if we could get just some thoughts in that report around how we can, I guess, whether this will have a negative impact on those things, and if there's anything that we should be doing to mitigate that, like in terms of choosing the area for Frankton.
Yeah, so, I mean, anything that happens is within the district plan. So the district plan, you know, contemplates environmental effects, etc. So an incentivisation by the policy would make things happen there quicker. So we could look at it from that perspective. But hopefully, I mean, those type of considerations are your district plan considerations, I think.
Yeah, so ultimately it would be that district plan review where we would be really looking at those issues.
Yeah, so like if you have high density near gullies and that's going to create, you know, adverse effects on the gully ecology, then I would have thought that would be looked at there.
Okay. Last question was just the idea of having 100% remission for 6 stories and above, or it may have been something like that. Is there a benefit to going, and I know it's not recommended, but what are your thoughts around 6 stories versus 4 stories, and what benefit we gain from having, or potentially gain from, kind of starting at a 6-story starting point? Your thoughts around any potential benefit of having high-rise versus what we're getting right now, which is largely seems to be 2-story dwellings in the CBD.
I am not an expert on high-rise. Jen and Stafford, you might have something to say.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other councillors who want questions. I'm going to come to your question, Sarah, answer. Just to be helpful here, this is an improve in principle kind of recommendation, and we're just drafting up an E that would propose, and it still allows us to do budget deliberations and refine this for the LTP, so nothing's going to be locked in short term, but we're just trying to make some progress because we're going in down a bog hole again because we haven't got all the information. Yeah, hang on. Because we haven't got all the information that we wanted. So we're just going to suggest that potentially the chair of growth, economic, the deputy chair and myself at least have another look at this. It'll be E. It's not instead, it's an E, it's an addition. So let's just hold that in your mind, that there might be another chance for refinement through those chairs, which would be Ryan, Jeff, Dave and me. Okay. So answer to Sarah's question, and then we're going to have to punch through some of these questions or we really won't get through the business.
I'm just going to quickly just talk to what you just said there around not having the level of depth of information now. I think, remember, taking into setting aside the developer certainty thing, which is important, but in terms of your decision making to get to a draft policy, when you get to December, effectively what we deliver is draft charges and draft DC revenue for your financial inputs. And so things that don't have any really significant financial impact on your revenue lines, which is, social housing, probably the Frankton area emission doesn't have that much, same with high rise and urban design. So what I'm saying is there's flexibility to have time to bring you more information and think about some of those things. What we really need is for chunky things that affect financials, like if you're going to cap charges, by half somewhere in a big catchment, then certainly want to know about that. So just sort of giving you some comfort that you can have some time and we can bring you more information in so you can sharpen up what you want in the policy. Yeah.
Yep, we're just going to take a 5-minute adjournment because staff also need to stop for a second, and I'm just going to take some advice on that, and then we're going to punch through the questions. 5 minutes, sorry, everyone. It's got to be fair to staff as well.
I just flicked an email for E to Amy and Rebecca.
we've been having a little confer. So E says request staff organise an elected member briefing to further refine the options to the development contributions policy. So this is some principles that we're going to go through. We'll vote and debate them, which is democratic, and then knowing that this will go through another opportunity to really consider the why, the wherefores, and I'll second Ryan's further motion. No, I won't. Sorry, it's got Frankton in there. Sorry, you have to find another seconder. Ryan's is, so there's the extra workshop, which everyone's agreed to. Ryan's is improving principle, including a Frankton development area. Do you want to say?
Second that if it hasn't been seconded.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Okay, so let's, with this in mind, councillors, let's just keep our questions to that level, because knowing that we will have that opportunity to really get into it in that further workshop, get it to the point where we can vote in principle today on a number of things going forward, shall we? So, Councillor Gallagher.
The Chief Executive give us an assurance that moving forward, the relevant chairs of strategic growth and economic development will be included in these discussions moving forward. I'm just trying to work through, you know, again, the relevant portfolio holders.
All elected members.
Well,
yes.
Thank you. The other thing is, again, this is, and I'm not trying to be difficult here, this is again where we have a committee structure. I get the workshop, trust me, that's excellent. But we do have a committee structure, and I would have thought, yet again, I think this should then go on via the Strategic Growth Committee, because the committee structure should lend itself more to these kind of deep dive questions and answer session with the council, if you like, in many cases is the third reading, particularly on something as important as this. And I'm just wondering about process, Your Worship, Mayor Paula, if that would be entertained at all.
Look, that's by far my preferred option, is because my assumption, when we were just talking about it in the break, my assumption when things come to me for and Jeff for an agenda setting meeting is that we're at a point to bring it to full council. So yes, definitely my preference, but Jen did articulate why, because of timing. In this case, it come to full council. But as a general rule of thumb, yes, it's my answer to you, Martin.
Yeah, I'm not sure that, I'm not, you know, again, I'm not sure, just, so that, Jen, there is a time, what is the timing difficulty that you're presented with?
Well, we will make it work now. With the way this meeting has gone, we're in your hands in terms of those dates. We'll just, with this one, we'll need to make sure that we've got a briefing in the diaries for next week to crack on.
Yeah, okay, I'll leave it to I'll leave it to the Mayor and...
I'm coming down the list of questions. Procedural?
Just don't know which is the motion and an amendment and a further motion?
Do you want me to explain it?
What have we got there?
So this is different from a motion and an amendment. So this is basically a motion and then a further motion.
How does that work?
Which means that you can basically vote on things in parts. That's the premise behind doing it this way.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see, that's...
So we'll finish debating one, and then we'll come to Ryan's, right?
Got it.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor
thank you.
Pascoe, and then I know you had some questions as well. Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit mystified by what we've got up there. Have we got a motion and a further motion, or have we got a motion and an amendment and a further motion? Well, I can't, I mean, all I can see is what's up on the board there, and I can't see it.
I'm just saying this is frustrating for me too.
We've got a motion and a further motion. We've got no amendment.
No, we've got no amendment.
So how can we have a further motion? Why wouldn't we call that an amendment?
Why can't we combine it into the other motion?
Because we want to separate the parts.
Okay, cool.
Well, no, there must be something in standing orders that says we can have a motion, no amendment, and a further motion. But I'm not familiar with the words further motion and...
So we have... Oh, sorry, Becky, you're the boss.
So basically it's a motion, so in standing orders there's provision for motion being expressed in parts. So the chair has the provision to obviously liaise with elected members about taking a motion in parts as opposed to an amendment and a motion, and this is what Ryan's wanting to do with his further motion. So it basically gives you the mechanism to vote on the motion and then make a decision to vote on the further motion separately.
So can you just flick that up? So is the further motion now F, is it? No, shouldn't that be F? If it's going to be considered in part?
It should actually be one because it's own motion.
Yeah.
It goes in this section.
Oh, I see, I see. So it's actually 5, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay, hang on. We'll get to that next question, Mark. So we can do this. We could run a whole lot of further motions on different parts if we wanted to.
Okay.
But what you're saying, Mark, is that is this a direct contradiction? But it's not because it's not. Because the original wording doesn't exclude it.
Got it, thank you.
Right, and that's why Ryan has chosen to do it separately as well.
Well, with the courtesy of the mover, rather than having a separate amendment replicating his and risking splitting his vote, it just separates the items so people can vote freely.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that the mover might agree to take a vote on separate subtype. Yeah. So we will separate it further into paragraphs with the permission of the mover, which would just mean that you could support 1, 3 and 5 but not support 2. Let's get to that. But let's get through the questions.
Okay, well, I'll take a risk that I won't ask my questions on the basis that B Roman numeral 5 gets passed. Because I think I'll have the opportunity to ask all of my questions at that workshop, and not waste the time today asking those same questions again then. So I'll remove my questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Hamilton, you have a question?
I probably don't need to. I was just going to speak to the...
Okay. Right. Let's go into the debate. We now have the motion that was put by Councillor Wilson, seconded by, I can't remember, Deputy Mayor Taylor, thank you. As this is the one that we're debating now, okay, not Ryan's, just so you know, and we will talk to it in whole, but do you want to, will we vote in parts? Do you want to debate in whole?
Debate in whole, and then...
Then I'll take the sections B, 1, 2, 3 and 4, so that we can vote in part on those, right?
Correct.
Clear as mud?
So just to clarify, we debate mine separately, or I'm happy to have it as part
debate
of one?
all together.
Yeah.
Well,
for
we would,
efficiency.
yeah, we can do, but we could also not. So, yeah, we'll do it all together. I'll be reasonably relaxed about debate, therefore, to enable you to do your debate. Ewan, you kick off.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I'm really comforted by the fact that we are going to have a further workshop where some of the finer aspects can be revisited, and any things that haven't been captured brought in for a final discussion as elected members. I am disappointed by the way this has come, the way it's come. I think it probably isn't the best of process. I would have much preferred it to have come to either the Economic Development Committee or Councillor Dave's committee before this, but it is what it is. My motion simply tries to create a very clear starting point, and it identifies for me, by trying to introduce a 100% DC reduction for construction within the CBD of a building above 6 floors. It tries to fix a problem that we have, and I think as a city we've recognised we have a shortage of a whole range of housing options. And I am hopeful that this may be a trigger for a developer to do a high rise. We've heard today that a developer made a comment that it would have been a helpful incentive. He said 6 floors and above, that he agreed with it. He questioned the Frankton scenario, but he certainly, and he was surprised that the 100% DC incentive wasn't there for 6 and above. My final comment is regard to Ryan's Frankton proposal. My point is, I'm not against Frankton being eventually targeted with a DC incentive. I would like to think that would come once we've achieved some of the goals we're trying to set for the CBD. And you could then look at other suburbs and roll those incentives out when and if we think that's wise. But to do the two things together, I don't support, but I respect those who do see it. And I certainly have heard both Councillor Ryan and Councillor Sarah talking about the fact that it's within walking distance of the CBD. I hear all of that. It's all logical. I am unashamedly saying I want to incentivise the CBD first, and that's why I don't currently support Frankton. That's all.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. Look, just picking up on some of those last points from Councillor Wilson, I too am supportive of the CBD revitalisation and enhancement. At the moment, we have global infill across the city, and we've got CBD incentives, and that CBD or that infill across the city is not cannibalising CBD infill at all. And what I'm trying to do is just say, let's take an area like Frankton that's close to the CBD and encourage some of that macro infill and nuance it towards a region like Frankton, and potentially test case it so that we could roll it out in a concentric circle, i.e. Ham East, etc. So I don't think it would take anything away from the CBD. What it will hopefully do is take some of that infill development from Dinsdale or Melville or some of that suburban flow into more of an area which supports the CBD and is close to good public transport and walkability and all those sorts of things. So I see it being a real synergistic relationship. So I'm a big CBD supporter, so let's get that on the record. I like the comment from Peter Finlay this morning around land agglomeration, and I think I haven't heard that quite like that before, and that's perhaps something we could look at as a city with the likes of Frankton, or potentially some CBD development, and really start to do something special in terms of block development or something in terms of a precinct. So I'm really keen to look at that. When we go to vote separately on the motion around Frankton, this does not bake in Frankton at all. This just says let's have a further conversation about how we could nuance some of our infill development around. It may or may not include DC remission, and the boundary that our friend Stafford drew was let's call that a first iteration, and I think it needs a bit of work, and I'm really keen to have some elected member support and input around that. So this doesn't bake Frankton in. This just says let's talk further about that as an option and a potential test case. And I'm happy to support the rest of the items. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, so in terms of the high rise, I just don't think we should be too conservative on that. It seems to me very, very hard to attract high-rise buildings, apartments in Hamilton at the moment, to make the money stack up to reduce the risk to a point where it's where someone's prepared to have a go at it. So let's do everything we can to make it easier. Let's face it, we need that sort of density, that sort of height, if we're going to actually really in any way move the dial to the extent that we need to in terms of residential development. I don't think, unless we actually do get some dramatic high-rise like that, high-rises, I don't think we're going to really make much of an impact on residential living in the central city as fast as we want to and as fast as we're being required to, I think. Perhaps if we can get one over the line as Peter Finlay said this morning, there may be a bit of a ripple effect and we may get more. So I really want to train the guns on that and encourage it. In regards to Frankton, it just feels ad hoc to me. I think Ryan makes some really good points and I respect his point of view, but I think it's a bit premature in the short term. I feel we've got a massive central city. We know we've got a huge central city, way bigger than other cities. Let's sort that out first. We're going to have a further conversation on all this anyway, so let's not jump the gun on Frankton today. We're going to talk about these anyway. And I know that that members of the HCBA are really concerned about it. I had 3 calls this morning because they're really worried about it. They're alarmed at the prospect of diluting the impact of the DC remission, which has been successful in the central city. They don't want to see it diluted beyond the central city at this time. They feel the time's not right. And that was a very strong message I've got from them. They think it will be counterproductive. We as a council are not ready yet to pinpoint what other areas on the fringe of the central city that we are going to push for high density, 6 stories and above buildings. We've got to do that work first. The MPS on urban development tells us what we need to do, the central city and fringe areas, it tells us that. We don't know exactly where those areas are yet. We know it's on the fringe, we know Frankton is probably going to be it, but there'll be others too. Let's not rush that, let's do it properly. That's the time to consider DC remissions, I think. I'm a little disappointed about the not looking at DC remissions to try and hook in developers to go to the urban design panel early. We've all agreed that we've got a lot of average development, so I won't belong in the central city. And to me, this is a really telling way that we can make a difference. I'm not totally convinced by the argument that DC remission shouldn't be used for this purpose. As long as going to the urban design panel is voluntary, we are going to struggle to get the outcomes we want. We do need some sort of lever, I think, to force more of them down that route. So I look forward to the work that's being done on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Look, I'll be very brief. Just in response to a couple of points and one little nuance that people haven't spoken to. I will be supporting Councillor Taylor and Wilson's motion. And while taking Frankton out of this, or leaving Frankton in doesn't bake it into the plan, leaving it out doesn't close the oven door either. We can still talk about that. And I am actually quite appreciative of the opportunity to have another chew of this over a big old whiteboard. But it does send a message, and it says, listen, this is where we are concentrating our energy at the moment. There is plenty of CBD that isn't developed nearly enough yet. So I think we do have to draw a line in the sand there. That's just my personal view at the moment, but I'll wait for that further discussion. But the nuance that I think is really good in here, and I was interested in Thomas Gibbons' little comment about how our lever isn't as strong when it comes to DCs, but what is strong is this limited time only thing, which has quite nicely popped itself in here. And we saw this when we reduced the CBD remissions with this, a few years back. When we started to put a time limit on it, suddenly there was a bit of a buy now sale. And what I like about this one in particular is Romans 2, extending the CBD remission for a further 3 years, and with the high-rise thing only until 2024 as well, for a limited time only. So it does send a message to developers, listen, this will not necessarily last, so get off your chuffs and get in. So I support it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And look, overall, I don't support the remissions being suggested, with the exception of extending at the moment the Central City DC exemption. It was suggested this morning, and Mark has already alluded to that from Thomas Gibbons, who's representing the Property Council, that it isn't really an important lever that makes a developer decide whether or not he's going to develop in the Central City or indeed anywhere else. Social housing providers are already well resourced, both in terms of capital and in terms of OPEX from central government, so I don't see why we would be singling out a DC remission for that group. And I think selecting Frankton over Hamilton East or the hospital or Forest Lake or anywhere else is being quite discriminatory. And I don't see how Frankton has it over anywhere else. The argument around high rise costs and taking the DC away from that, I think is an illusion, because the evidence shows that to build a high rise apartment is significantly higher than in building for a standalone house. And the higher the building goes, the greater the per metre cost is. I'd also refer members to have a look at a report prepared for the City Council, but unfortunately in 2011, on housing affordability and demand in Hamilton, and it was prepared by Adam Thompson. And in that, he looked specifically at what people wanted, and he found then that the evidence, 81% of home buyers wanted a standalone house, only 18% wanted to buy a terraced house, and 1% wanted to live in an apartment. Now, you know, the evidence now might be quite different, but I would like to perhaps see that, that evidence and that information updated now. What I see with remitting DCs, and this again ties in with our long-term development journey, our long-term plan journey, is that every DC remission adds a further burden onto our ratepayers. So just please bear that in mind, that we take that income away from where we would have earned it from developers, and we'll be asking the ratepayers to pay it back eventually. Have a thought from time to time that our ratepayers are the beneficiaries of all of these, of this particular benefit that we're providing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I'll be supporting both motions today, although I'd like to have a lot more discussion around them, and I'm not fully, I guess, set on some of them, but I do think that having the opportunity to have a briefing, to get more information and to have more discussion will be really valuable. In regard to community housing, I think on the face of it, it looks like a really worthwhile policy to look into further. And I would be interested to see how it's gone in Christchurch, where I understand they have implemented a similar policy, to see if it has had any impact on the number of community housing provider-led developments. And also just to understand if there are any complexities which we need to be aware of. For example, the community housing providers buying housing which has already been developed, or are they the ones developing it? Because that could impact on whether the DC policy would actually benefit them. So there's quite a few, I guess, complexities which I'd be very keen to understand. With the high-rise, encouraging high-rise buildings, I'd love to see more density in CBD, but at the same time, when you look at that picture that Andrew Wilson showed us not long ago, where he coloured red all the spaces dedicated to cars, including car parks, there are huge, I guess, unproductive pieces of land within the CBD. And I don't know if we're at the stage where we actually need to go up 6 stories or more to actually provide a lot of density. There are successful cities around the world that have very dense central cities but don't actually go up necessarily that high. So I'm supportive of density, but I would like to understand whether having, encouraging high-rise through this additional remission will actually have a benefit to the city centre and the well-being of Hamiltonians. Will it better provide for vibrancy within the CBD, or are we, I guess, kind of being a little bit random with the number of stories that we want to encourage in terms of building? So I'm just keen to drill into that further. In terms of Frankton, I'm supportive of looking at this further because a lot of it is in walking distance of CBD, connected to the Western Rail Trail, so there are already some good connections there. We have development happening in Commerce Street and Rafferty Street, where we've got some good quality development going on that we can build on. And we have an area which can really be revitalised as well, and Frankton is an absolute gem, but maybe one which is in the rough at the moment, which through some further investment and regeneration can really bloom, I think. So, and it's also providing people some choice, because not everyone is, while people will be open to the idea of living in a terrace building or some kind of attached dwelling, they may not be keen on being in CBD. So this is providing, encouraging further density in places that make sense, but not necessarily constraining people to one location within Hamilton. But I would like to have some good discussion around the area itself to ensure that we are encouraging that density in places where people will have some good access to transport and that kind of thing.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Gallagher?
Motion back on the board, please. Can you scroll down the final bit, which talks about the workshop? To further refine the options for the development contributions, policy, proven principles. So as I understand it, where it's an in-principle process, it's looking at refinement, it's looking at further dialogue. With regard to the CBD and Councillor Wilson's, the 6 stories, I would look forward at the workshop to further discussions, because within the CBD there are designated precincts, and I would like to just see precinct by precinct how that actually fits. I do worry that we're picking off Frankton, but we're not talking about, say, Grey Street, the shopping precinct of Hamilton East. And I do worry that I'm wondering if we are approaching this in a truly holistic way. I thought, with the governance structure, I thought our committees were about, whether it was strategic growth or the Economic Development Committee, I thought the committee structure was supposed to be where we did the body of our work, particularly in terms of, the questioning of staff, the cross-dialogue, the sleeves rolled up, and then you have the third reading at council. So again, I'm going to go back to my ideal world as you have an elected member session, which is your first reading, not on everything, but where necessary. But something like this, you have then that sort of informs the real sleeves rolled up stuff of a committee, and then of course you have the third reading at full council. So I just would ask the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor and Chief Executive to consider that approach. And I think, okay, Paul and I don't always agree on portfolios and all this, but I do acknowledge, having allocated portfolios, you would never have a situation in the cabinet of this country where civil servants where there would be a report into the cabinet without it going via the relevant minister or the minister being across it, would just go back out the door again. Now, I'm not being disrespectful to anyone, but I just want us to refine a little bit of a process here. So I will be supporting this with significant reservation, and I do want to reflect and turn over Councillor Pascoe's words of caution. So as I understand it, we're going to have another, we're looking at it in principle approach, we're having another cut, and it's a workshop, and then it'll either come back to this council for the final tick-off or to the relevant committee. Convince me, Ewan.
Okay, Councillor Van Oosten.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. The questions in the debate on this item today really just does demonstrate the need for that further discussion, and so I'm very supportive of going back to another meeting and further discussion in order to be able to really thrash out what it is that's in and what else might be there that we haven't fully discussed. So I support that. Look, we've heard and seen in the report today that DC remissions can be the catalyst for a project and make it and put it into that feasible bucket, and is seen as a positive lever in order to be able to do that. And our city policy demonstrates that over the last couple of years since it was introduced. It has had the desired effect. We might want to see more, and so I do support that. In terms of the high rise, I can't see a problem with trying it. It's something that we could have a go at and see how it works. And I'm also favourable of that in Frankton as well. It allows us to test the market and to be either able, after a period, to allow it to be incentivised further, or to change it. It strikes me that there's a couple of other things that are contingent around this debate, and those are the housing strategy and the NPSUD, as Jen has told us today. They will put requirements on us to be doing and thinking more in this area. To Councillor Pesco, response around the social housing incentive. Kāinga Ora are not eligible under the current writing of the policy, and so wouldn't be able to pick up on those remissions. But those that are eligible...
Order, Chair, I did not mention Kāinga Ora as one of the social housing providers.
I beg your pardon.
I was referring to the social housing providers who are approved by government, who do get those capital and revenue incentives.
Point accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, and I stand corrected. However, there are a number that do struggle and who are emerging, and that we might, and I'm thinking of our Community Lands Trust, recently formed, that we would want to be able to incentivise to do it, and that there are lessons that we can learn from Christchurch, I beg your pardon, Queenstown, and the policies that they have enabled in there in order to be able to see that development and for a positive outcome in that market. So in finishing, I'd like to just signal that I'll be supporting both the motion and the further motion from Councillor Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just make some comments myself. Thank you for the debate. Actually, despite the lumpy start to it, we've actually made some forward direction, and I think in the further conversation where we get to refine things, we'll make even more progress. And taking your points absolutely on board about the portfolios, Councillor Gallagher. In terms of the recommendations, which I can't see now because I've gone off the thingy. Okay, thank you. Happy, we're going to go through them one by one, but at the same time I'm just indicating I'm very pleased to see social housing provisions. This is all subject to detail in my view. I like the principle of supporting social housing, I will say that. I like the idea of maintaining a CBD remission. Didn't really necessarily consider it would be for a further 3 years, because I think it was going to phase out next year. I was thinking another year or two, just kind of because we'll get an idea of how much of the work that's underway gets finished and how much new comes in. However, that's a matter of detail. And number 3, community infrastructure, I'm happy to explore that further, because there again it's a matter of detail. What community structure, what does it mean, when would that be triggered? Frankton was a bolt out of the blue for me. I'm not really in that space yet. I have yet to be persuaded, because at the same time as Frankton, I know that the West Town Belt is already captured by the current CBD area. I asked that in a question, and I feel satisfied about that, because I do think living alongside green space and beautiful apartments with that amenity right on your doorstep makes sense to me. We don't know if there are any developers wanting to do that, however, but I like the idea. But need to think more about what other adjacent areas to the CBD we would consider and when we would consider them. From my point of view, it's a timing matter, because I look just across the river from Ibis and I see a block of land there that's in very shabby and old state at the moment, except for a few apartments that are newer, and huge potential. That's the Apoya area off River Road. Huge potential for some inner city living there. We've talked about potential for Sonning Car Park. Sonning Car Park with some car park underneath and apartments above and all that. So I wouldn't like to be too definitive till I'd understood what opportunities were there as well, or how we could have those, because they're literally 200 metres from town as you walk, which is not far at all, is it? So that interests me. In terms of the high rise, I like the idea of finding some way to incentivise that, but I'm not there and persuaded of the 100% for 3 years at this point of view, because I don't even know what costs that will lead to in terms of. I'm in debate. Sorry, but I'm not sure, and that will be. Thanks. I do always listen to your debate. I now been put off my stride on that, so not quite sure about the 100% and how that stacks up. So I guess that will come out in the further debate, what that triggers in the way of renewals or of existing infrastructure and things like that are of interest to me in that conversation, and I haven't understood it yet. The urban the only final point I want to make is the urban design panel has great allure. It has some allure to me, because I think it is a mechanism that potentially has some benefits, because then we get a whole lift in quality and people thinking about how they get ahead of the consent application process by already having their quality issues sorted out, their design issues, how it fits with the urban landscape and all that sorted. At the moment, I think the urban design panel isn't the right form for that to happen. It would have to be broader, offer more choice. And the way I was thinking about it, Stafford, just our interest for that next conversation was not so much if you went and asked them what did they think, would you get incentive, but if you adopted recognised best practice through them, then you might be incentivised. They might get a speedier through the consent, because you go, well, clearly you've had experts look at this, tick, 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 it's all good, it's looking really great, off we go. And that brings you to point, go on the monopoly board type thing. So I'm interested in that. But I'm interested in how we empower and increase the reach of the urban design panel anyway. But I do believe if we do that, it should involve an element of choice to developers. And at the moment, there's some really excellent people on the urban design panel, but it's quite limited. And I've read in the report about including accredited architects. Was that right? Did I see that? That's an area of interest to me, because that gives a wider pool of expertise.
Point of order, and respectfully, you're 2.5 minutes over time. I have to leave at 5, and I really want to stay for the vote.
2.5 minutes over time.
Yeah. So I don't mean any disrespect, but perhaps you couldn't see the clock.
No, I couldn't, and I didn't hear a ding, so I thought I was on time.
Good example why, sorry folks, you are dealing with some fundamental stuff. Sometimes it takes longer than 3 minutes. Sometimes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know
Okay, look, fine, I'm happy to wrap up, because that was actually my...
Change your standing orders.
That was happy to wrap up, because that was in fact my final point, as I said it was.
Okay.
So that's my view on it, and apologies for going over this quite so much. We've been quite liberal today on many people and many times. Thanks. Okay, so that brings us to the vote. So let's go. Oh, right to reply. Of course it does.
Thank you, Mayor, Paula and colleagues. Look, my first comment would be I would remind colleagues that our building consents in 2018 showed that only 40% of the applications were for standalone houses. So let me repeat that because I think that might be important for some, particularly Councillor Pascoe. Building consents in 2018, only 40% were for standalone, and the trend is continuing. Can I also suggest to my good colleagues that my suggestion of giving 100% DC reduction for a development above 6 floors is not to be seen as the one sole panacea to the problem. And let's remind ourselves of what I think the problem is. We want to encourage a wider range of housing options. And one of the things that we've discussed is the premise of trying to promote to go high. Now, it's not to suggest that that will fix our problem, but it may assist in alleviating it. And here's the real rub, and my point to my good friend Councillor Sarah and my other good friends around this table is there is nothing to lose. There is no financial ramifications if somebody doesn't build a high-rise building above 6 floors. And nobody could tell me with any real common sense that that wouldn't have some meaningful benefit to this city, and as such would make an appropriate use or an appropriate area of a reduction in some revenue. My final point is this. We can get bogged down in the finer details on a lot of issues, and we can take ideological positions. But actually, as politicians, what we're really measured about, how people really measure us, is actually if we do anything. If we actually try the odd thing and see if we get it right or wrong. And although Councillor Sarah says she doesn't think it will be the right solution, I'm still open to a number of other solutions. But I'm really keen to try to roll the dice. I'm keen to try it. And I reiterate it again, there is no negative financial contribution. It costs us nothing unless somebody does it. And so far, nobody's done it, and we're just trying to encourage it. And we could amend it once we get 1 or 2. In fact, the policy expires in a couple of years.
Okay, wrap up. This is
So I appreciate that this has been a long discussion point because of the process it's taken. I look forward to debating it further in the workshop, but I think the motion makes sense.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to voting and just be patient as we step this through. So the first one is to improve in principle B1, and we'll just do it by yes? Oh, what?
No, sorry, nothing.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were raising your hand there for a minute.
You raised my hand.
I was thinking, now what now? So let's do it by show of hands and do it in a reasonably speedy, because we've had lots of conversation, we know it's going around.
You know you have to record it by item, right?
Yes, yep, yep.
But it is going to be recorded.
Yeah, it is. It's all formal, don't worry. So B, receives the report. All in favour, I guess we're all in favour. Quickly get that one out of the way. Is Sarah on board, or has she gone?
Yes, but I can't see anything, only the screen sharing, so I'll just, hopefully you can
Right, yeah, we can. We got you now on the
if I raise
screen.
my hand.
Thank you. So Zoom people, that's everyone, is it? Voted? That's everyone. Now we're going to B1, which is introducing social housing provisions. All in favour, please raise your hand. Just leave it there for a while while staff get it.
Yeah, to say anyone against. Just ask, is anyone against?
Anyone against? Rob and Ewan? Okay.
So motion is carried, noting councillors Wilson and Pascoe are dissenting.
Thank you. Brings us number 3, which is charging for infrastructure projects. Please raise your hand if you're for. Apologies, it's just hard doing it this way and that way. Oh, look here, actually. Extend this, number 2, extending the CBD remission for a further 3 years. Hands up. Anyone opposed to that? No.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Begin charging for community infrastructure projects. Anybody opposed? No. Introduce 100% DC remission for CBD developments with 6 or more stories for 3 years. Anybody dissenting? That's me and Councillor Pascoe.
So no, motion is carried, noting Councillor Pascoe dissenting.
And me.
And Mayor Southgate dissenting.
Thank you. Introducing the Frankton Area Development Contribution subject to further discussions and refining boundaries. Hands up, all in favour?
Of whatever.
That's only one hand for you, Ryan. And opposed?
So the motion is lost. Did you get the names, Amy? Did you want to do them again? Sorry, the motion is carried. Sorry, got that round the wrong way, guys.
No.
End of the
How is
day.
it carried?
Do it again, I think.
Hang on, we're going to, sorry, we're going to vote for that one again, just because it's really important to be clear. So
we're just
those
gonna call
in
out the name,
favour
yeah.
of number B5, Roman numerals 5, raise your hand, please. And only one hand, thanks, Ryan.
Those
Trying
for the
that.
motion, Councillors Gallagher, Van Oosten, Hamilton, and Thompson.
And opposed?
Mayor Southgate, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Bunting, Deputy Mayor Taylor, and Councillors Pascoe.
And we've got Cash.
And Councillor Naidu Ralph.
So it's lost. That one's lost.
The motion is
Number C, noting that the development contribution charges are contingent on financial information growth plans. All in favour? It's C. It's pretty straightforward, wasn't it?
Anyone against?
Anyone against? No.
Motion is carried unanimously.
D, notes that the draft proposed development contributions will align with the long-term plan assumptions. That's D. Anyone opposed? No.
Motion is carried unanimously.
E, requests staff to organise the elected member briefing. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Oh, phew.
Carried unanimously.
And now we go back to and we go down a bit, so scroll a bit so I could see.
That's it.
Okay, that's it. Crikey. We've got a couple of short items, depends how much you want to discuss it.
Don't jinx it, Deputy Mayor.
Extension, I'm going to have to go at the past, I'll tell you that right now. Extend item 20, Mark, if we can just plough on, because some of us have to go. Extension of RMA Independent Hearing Commissioners on page 2. And I'll second. Oh. Yep, and then have you got an addition?
Yes, I just want to add that I think, and I have gone to Becca first, if they haven't already been moved into the public arena, the relevant minutes of the 30th of April on this item be released. Is there any reasons in terms of natural privacy that can't be done?
I just need to look into that. I think it was fine from our perspective, but we'll go back and just double check. I just need to go back and double check.
So we won't be able to add it
Councillor
now,
Gallagher.
we'll catch it in the next wrap up.
No, but I can, we'll have a look and see if there's provision in terms of whether there was a bit at the bottom that says that the minutes get released at the
Do
discretion
the
of the
appropriate
CE.
wording subject to
Yes.
advice,
Okay.
you know, I
Yep.
mean, in
All right.
principle.
Give me discretion subject to reviewing
Yep,
them
got
to
that.
release it.
I've got it, understood. And so it's been moved by Councillor Wilson, I think, and seconded by Councillor Pascoe.
Yep.
All in favour? Anyone opposed?
Motion is carried unanimously.
Right. A memorandum of understanding
Time of day, Jeff.
a memorandum of understanding between Auckland and Hamilton. I'm happy to move. Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds.
The question that now does capture the items that were raised previously, right?
Pardon?
Well, we had a big debate on this memorandum.
Yeah,
It does capture?
it's in the,
Oh, good. Oh, yes.
it does.
All right.
It's in the appendix.
Councillor Gallagher, I've noted that in paragraph 18. I've also discussed it with my colleague at Auckland Council, and they would be happy for us to amend the MOU to reflect those two.
That's a critical bit of information. Thank you to Councillor Wilson for his help as well.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Okay, it's been moved, it's been seconded. All in favour? Hurry up. Opposed? Are you opposed? Oh, you just lost the will to put your hand up. Oh, okay.
Motion is carried unanimously.
We are finished. We always have such robust debate, but we actually get through stuff, so well done.